Oh my gosh, there's a super loud noise outside. So I'll be here soon. I just don't know what that noise is. Just give me a moment. Oh my goodness. Hello! Oh my goodness. One of my neighbours has an industrial wood chipper out and they started it just before the stream. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely insane. Like it was, I noticed they had some equipment outside, but no one was using anything. And then as soon as I click stream button, they start using it. It's like, what the heck? Goes to hi Longstocks, hi El Perito, and there is a new model. There is a new model. Yeah, this weekend, first weekend on Saturday, we're seeing it. Yuck. Oh gosh, my lips are just dying on me. Yeah, if you're wondering what that humming noise is, it's a giant wood chipper, an industrial wood chipper. Oh wait, the background noise isn't on. Oh yeah, it's because I was doing work. I was doing work on the OBS stuff, and I needed to turn off the background noise. because I was also just like doing other stuff at the same time. But oh my goodness, we got models to make today. We got battle line infantry, pathfinders, and all sorts of cool stuff to make today. Yeah. Oh, I've also been painting. I did some painting while watching a bit of a Lord of the Rings and Andor last night, and I also did a bunch of other work. I'm trying to be productive. I need to get exercising again. I started exercising for a little bit. And then my sleep schedule just messed up entirely. Oh, there we go. All you do is lie to us. You probably see us as fools. No, I don't lie to you. There's no new model. No, there is. There is. There's like 3 new models, 2 new outfits. There's loads of new stuff. Loads of new stuff. It's kind of beautiful in a way. Oh, I hear a buzz today. Yeah, there's an industrial wood chipper outside. And now, because I had to close my windows, my room is slowly cooking me alive. It wasn't going until I clicked, literally as soon as I clicked the start stream button, it started that noise, and at first I thought just my computer until I took my earphones, earphones off. I was like, weird stuff. GW took all the funds for more models, therefore she lies. No, look. I actually originally commissioned this model.
You. I think you mean baking.
Cooking, yeah, but well, no, it's a slow cooker, not a slow baker. Like if it was baking, it would be fine, but it's not just baking, it's cooking me. Yeah, I was painting these dudes. Wow. See, look. The green stuffed tabards are kind of looking... They're still looking terrible. But for looking differently, I did some of the leathery stuff and the tabardy stuff off stream. And the blue and the guns and the weapony stuff. Yeah. So looking pretty cool. This guy looks a lot better. Oh yeah, and the bone up there. And this guy looks a lot worse. There's a big difference between baking a cake and just cooking it alive. And what I'm being done is being cooked alive. That's what's happening. Oh. It's like if you got your pressure cooker. Do you know your slow pressure cooker thing? And you decided to throw a cake inside it. And the cake explodes because it's not meant to be in a pressure cooker. Yeah. Oh my goodness. How much wood chipping are they doing? The industrial chipper is eating at internet. Talan has upgraded. No, my internet's fine. That might be your internet. I've not shown any dip on my side. I've got a little thing that like shows me like a little graphy thing. For lowest it's meant to stay around 8,000. It sometimes goes up to 8,300 kilobits per second, but sometimes it dips down to 7,900. In reality, I should really do more kilobits per second, but my internet's not good enough for more reliably, which will just give me a very spotty connection. But yeah, so they're coming along nicely, these guys. All I need to do is a metal here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it's massive. I had a massive just disconnection then. I think my phones aren't working still. What the heck happened to my internet? My internet was fine until you mentioned it, Anthony. Oh no. Oh, I hate blooming iPhones. So it was all a prelude. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's working again. In theory. Oh my goodness. Connect to the blooming iPhone again. There we go. So yeah, my internet literally exploded there. There's not much I can say about that. My internet just died. Chase Tower for best infantry. Internet break. Stream has 20 dislikes. Look, Tower infantry looks cool. Oh no. Oh, I hate this. Everything is just broken. Like, I usually have like a bit of a spotty connection. Like sometimes it drops out for a second or two. Usually just my computer, not my phones. But this was like full on. My router just decided to die. Sorry guys, the copper is just so good. No! What should I do with his power to elude the happenings and it manifests? Hi TA, by the way. Hi Talan. Hi Sandwich Man. Painting Emperor's Children. No! No, not Emperor's Children! We're building Tau today. Look, Tau dude. And these guys aren't Emperor's Children. They're Black Templars. They're Black Templars. They just got purple shoulder pads to represent them for 5th detachment. See? Black Templars. I mean, technically, kind of children of the Emperor. Can you allude to me winning the lottery? Oh. Talan, have you ever played the lottery before? Because if you haven't, then and you suddenly decide to play the lottery, then Anthony's prediction will technically be correct. By the way, if you ever find a genie, don't ask to win the lottery. Because I've won the lottery multiple times. I've just not won the big prize from it. Okay, so let's go. Don't Pathfinder or Breacher. We'll do Breacher. We'll do Breacher. Actually, we'll do this dude. We got a cool dude here. We got a cool dude right here. We got a cool dude right here. We got a cool dude right here. And he's singing a little song. Look at that dude. Cadre Commander. One of them will win, but only be a free ticket to mount. Yeah. Many times my parents are degenerate gamblers. No! Degenerate gamblers! We're gonna have to get rid of Talan's parents, I'm sorry. It's just the rules, I'm afraid. Also, they were the greatest opponent on their armor. What do you mean they were the greatest opponent on their armor? No. My army of Templars is split into 13 detachments, and each of the detachments has a different colour on the shoulder pad. And these guys are from the mobile detachment where they wear purple on the shoulder pad. You know, more than one army can wear purple, you know. In fact, there's actually an entire Salamander chapter that wears purple and blue on their armor. Bingo on the trigger, remember. Also, I forget the reason why Talan doesn't like. One of them will win, but only. One of them will win. One of them will win. Yeah. There you go. If you do win the lottery to learn, you have to give me like £1,000,000. Because that's just the rules. If a watcher of a Vtuber wins an extraordinary amount of money, you have to give that Vtuber an extraordinary amount of money. It was in the contract he signed when he became a mod. You know. And tomorrow we get USA lost against Venezuela at baseball. Venezuela has a baseball team. I thought baseball was just that game, do you know, kids play. And you see in cartoons. Are you telling me people actually play the game? Like, on a competitive sports side of things. Because I don't know if I should believe you. I know that they play netball or whatever. Like, competitively. Like, basketball, that's it, basketball. And for Harlem Globetrotters are the best team in the world or something, I don't know. Most of my knowledge about these things comes from Futurama. Well, they did have a baseball episode. But so did The Simpsons. And they had a load of just really silly names of, you know, baseball players, so I just assumed it wasn't real. America just became the first country to lose against the country they stole the president of. I just looked at the towel. Why doesn't either list have 6 feature squads and marker with Guardian drones? Every list just have 6 breacher squads. Look at the range on breacher squads. Secondly, look at the damage on breacher squads. The damage on weapons that have quite a low range. Have an extraordinarily low range. On top of this, you got battle suits. People like using battle suits. A couple of people have played, like, trying to show off the fact that, hey, maybe it's better to play, you know, doing something else. Well, people don't want to play with infantry and Tau. Tau infantry are cool, though. Oh, there it is. That's his hand. I was wondering where his hand was then. Yeah, but somebody... No, they didn't actually use a lot of breacher teams. They used a lot of strike teams, and they did relatively well. But yeah, people want to use giant battle mechs. Because, you know, big old battle mechs are cool. I don't care. Assault weapons and guiding. But yeah, remember that you can't guide your own unit. You can't guide your own unit, unless obviously you're Pathfinders, in which case you gain some of the advantages of being guided when you guide somebody else. And you can only guide a unit that you can, you know, like target a unit that you can see. So if you just go all breacher teams, let's say, you can't, because each of them have to be close to the enemy that they're shooting at and stuff. They're not going to necessarily be able to guide one another because they're not necessarily going to be able to see other units that aren't the direct ones that they personally want to shoot. So generally you want to take other units that can then guide the breachers. A lot of people will take a Devilfish and put the, because that's what I'm doing. You would take a Devilfish and put the breachers inside the Devilfish. And then you can use a Devilfish to guide them. Although, obviously, if you guide them using the Devilfish, you don't get the Marker Light drones. So you can't ignore cover as easily. If you want to ignore cover, then you support them with Pathfinders or Stealth Squads that get the... will always pretty much have Marker Lights in them. Look at that cape. But yeah, most armies do take like 1 or 2 squads of breachers, depending on how many points you're at. And usually for on top of it in a Devilfish. So the Devilfish brings them into the battle. Just gets them very close very quickly to the enemy. Where I had another Tau head somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't like the unhelmeted head very much of this dude. But unfortunately, it's got this really weird neck. I'm just gonna have to cut off that neck. Okay, maybe 6 units is wrong, but I feel there should be many of these guys per list, like 3 minimum. I mean, if you want to make your own Tau army using them, that's your... You might find yourself having some issues. Because the main issue is just how low their range is, and then they can't really do... They have to get incredibly close to the enemy. They are... They don't get boosted by, you know, like many of your stratagems and your other things will boost specifically battle suits. So, you know, they're not necessarily going to get boosted by them. They have to get close to the enemy. So if the enemy survives, they're always at risk of getting countercharged and just slaughtered because, you know, they're not good in melee. But yeah, if you actually look up for competitive lists, they usually use at least like a 2,000 point list will usually have like 2 breacher teams in. But look up Pathfinders. So just look up your basic Pathfinder unit and look how good that unit is. And you suddenly start realizing, okay, yeah, maybe there's reasons people like go after other units. Then look up things like the battle suits. Not the Riptide, just like your putting a Cold Star or Enforcer suit in charge of a squad of Crisis suits. You then got your broadsides. Hi, Sandwich Man. Am I the reason why? I kind of forget. Anyway, fun fact. Did you know that... Hi, John, and hi, Vince. Do you know that Norse is one of the first ones to discover America before Columbus? I'm pretty sure the Native Americans
Be one with
discovered America
banana.
first. Be one with banana. No, there's no banana here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Native Americans discovered it before the Vikings. I can't say they didn't discover it because we're not that far, you know, off related to them. It's just in the last ice age where they likely, you know, went across to it. Only suspicious banana-shaped cakes. No bananas here. True. True. Have you seen the new 40k trailer? The one with the Yarick. Ah! Ugh. Yes, we did see the one with Yarick, if that is indeed what you're referring to. We watched it on stream when it was first announced. Pretty cool. Bit sad about the Steel Legion, but otherwise, pretty cool. With Yarick, as if Yarick is some sort of product. He is a product. He's literally a model that you buy. This thing like a Steel Legion in my war. They're all dead. Don't worry about that. None of them survived.
Read the whole comment, Stinky.
Yarick's death wasn't in any codex, as far as I'm aware. It's a hero of the Empire. What do you mean, the Empire? Is Warhammer's not Star Wars? He's a hero of the Imperium. Empire. Empire. Talan, you want me to read your stupid, incorrect thing? Oh. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. He can be a hero of both. No, he can't be. Because that would make him a traitor, and Yarick's no traitor. You jerk. You jerk. You're saying Yarick's a traitor. Oh my gosh, Talan, you're a terrible human. Terrible, terrible person. Terrible rat boy. For claiming Yarrick as a traitor. Yes, read my stupidity. Yeah, see? I'm allowed to say that because Talan's a mod, and as always, you have to bully your mods from time to time. Your local rat commissar will see you shortly. Yeah, Talan. Oh, you can't say something so incorrect. Hero of the Imperium. Okay, which ones are for feature rifles? Okay, it's the one that looks like it's got some weird underslungy thing. No. Okay, it's the shotgun looking thing. It doesn't have the underslung. Okay, so it doesn't have the underslung thing. So it's not that one. It's that one we want. Warhammer 40k takes place in Bryce, Ohio. There's a who's Bryce? City with a population of 93. Have you ever pondered what would happen if we are reincarnated in 40k? We're just a bunch of kids in Undercities of a Hive world. There's a comic about that. And people are like, oh my gosh, they're infantilizing our Imperium, and like 3 of the characters just die immediately. It's a brutal kids comic. Take a guess which ones. Is it A, Marnius Kelgar, B, Marnius Kelgar, or C, Marnius Kelgar? Did you know Marnius Kelgar's dead? He never became a space marine. Thomas and Friends. Wonders of Sodar. You found a perfect game for the channel, by the way. Wonders of Sodar. What the heck's a Wonder of Sodar? Oh, this is nice. Each of the arms and heads can go on each of the bodies. There's like no limit. And each of the bodies can go on each of the legs. I like it when they do that. Where you don't have to just keep the correct same legs for the same body and the same arms for the same body. An island where Thomas the Tank Engine lives? He lives on an island! Why do you need trains on an island? Says the person living in Britain, which is just a big old island. It's a big old island. That's a cool thing. Big old island. Do-do. Oh, he is a bit taller. Nice. And I thought you were British. How do you not know? I watched Thomas the Tank Engine when I was like 2 or something. And I think I apparently had Thomas the Tank Engine bed sheets. I also like Postman Pat, Postman Pat, Postman Pat, and his black and white cat. Must be a black and white cat. Yeah, and today you are free. How quickly you forget. Talan, you know how long a cupcake's memory is. So in terms of memory length, at the top you've got the goldfish, and we're not quite as good at memorizing stuff as the goldfish are. We still do pretty well though. We're about half as good as a goldfish. Did you forget about how bad my memory is? Brilliant Australia have entered chat. What's this about big islands? Okay, Australia's not an island. It's basically an entire continent. That's different. That's like saying Europe is just one big island, or the Americas is just a couple of big islands. Which I mean, it's not entirely wrong. I was learning about endangered animals in Australia. Not endangered, extinct animals, sorry, in Australia. And there's a lot of crazy animals out there.
How could we forget how badly you remember things? We are the ones doing all the remembering for you.
Remembering things like what? I remember the other day someone asked me to check out a game, but I can't remember what the game was. But no one told me in the Discord what game it was. Okay, I'm gonna need to open my windows. I need ventilation in here. Running cow moving gameplay and for Thomas the Tank Engine by for cow! Why didn't you mention cows? I love cows. Imagine yourself being a kid in a hive city who just did the impossible for a child, killing a Tyranid warrior, and a Space Marine lieutenant is impressed by the fire in your eyes. I mean, honestly, it could be any chapter. Like, Black Templars have often, like in multiple stories, the Black Templars have often befriended, you know, especially like really good fighters. Or people willing to fight. The salamanders would probably be horrified at a child being, you know, being forced to fight, but at the same time would be impressed. Of course, I mean, don't forget all of them recruit child soldiers. So all of them will be impressed effectively. And if you're a boy, they want to turn you into a Space Marine, and if you're not, they might just get you sent to the you know, for place where they train up Sisters of Battle and Commissars and stuff like that. And Tempestus Science. Now, they're both known for befriending citizens and guardsmen who, you know, fight hard. But that's mostly, you know, like Grimaldus, Hades Hive and stuff like that. There's definitely been times that the Black Templars have been absolutely evil. But generally, that's not the same as like Helbrecht and Grimaldus and stuff. So it was just opening my bedroom window. Yeah, it'd be hard to... Salamanders and Tempest are most likely to recruit you if you're not beat from a dedicated planet, I guess. It depends. Iron Hands don't really care about that type of stuff, like what planet you're meant to be on. If they decide that, you know, you're a good candidate for whatever they want to do with you. And if they can't recruit you, they'll just turn you into a servitor as a reward. Which, yes, isn't much of a reward, but they don't care. Ah. I'm just gonna have to check something. Where's the backpack? Okay, now that's a Pathfinder spoon.
I do crave the strength and certainty of the lobotomy. No thoughts, only pee poops.
Oh, here they are. Strength and certainty of the lobotomy. You got then things like Manticores, Lamantis. You got all sorts of weird chapters out there. Space Wolves are the least likely to recruit you. Just because, you know, they get all their recruits from Fenris or their home planets. Some of the Space Wolf successors might be willing to recruit you though. If you're wondering how that works, it's the Space Wolf successors generally, well, they try to imitate the Space Wolf home chapter as much as possible. Recognize that they're not stuck on Fenris. Or more accurately, they recognize that they don't have Fenris. They just make do. Yeah, I couldn't get recruited though. If you mean what chapter I'd like it to be, I mean, honestly, Salamanders is probably the best bet. Simply because, you know, if you're in a position where you're fighting a Tyranid warrior, you want somebody who will actually be able to and willing to protect you. Like Templars aren't going to go out their way to save you. They'll save you if they don't have to go out their way. But they're not going to risk themselves for you. Maybe for a whole load of people, but for a single individual who decided to be foolish and try fighting when they shouldn't be. When they should be trying to stay out of their way. Yeah, they're not going to protect you. In fact, most Space Marines probably wouldn't in that situation. There's only going to be a handful that will. There's only going to be a handful of chapters where you can pretty much expect that they'll still try protecting you. And there's going to only be a handful of Space Marines outside of those chapters that might protect you. And even amongst the Salamanders, not all of them are, you know, unflinchingly kind like that. Some of them very much feel like if you do something that stupid, you earn yourself a Darwin Award. Space Wolf recruit exclusively from furry conventions? No! Lamantis. Lysdexia is a reading disorder. She says she doesn't account for pronunciation errors. Wait, how is it meant to be pronounced? Lamantis. Lamentus? Is it Lamentus? Lamentus. Sorry. Oh yeah, Lamentus. I got confused there. You know, I just thought of lamentations. Not the same as laminations. Laminators! I love laminators. We are the laminator chapter. Did you mean the lamenter? No, for laminators. We laminate things. Don't you wish to be laminated with us? Lamination of the nation. It sounds like a joke something would have in for Imperium. For Imperium. Imperium. Not Imp. The Laminators. A Sons of Gulliman chapter, if I ever heard one. So this is my codex. Why is it all plasticky? Well, I laminated it. Why? So, you know, lasts longer. One, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Gulliman starts ordering everyone to laminate the codexes. We have laminated the enemy. Oh no, death by lamination. No. Hi, Laminator. Yo, dude. You know, they say the Black Templars are a very unfun chapter, you know? But no one else has a High Marshal. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Have you seen those giant bugs? Oh, they're so freaky, man. It's like, yeah, I'm the High Marshal of the Black Templars. I'm the High Marshal. That is now how I imagine a Hellbreach. Random fact, during WW2, did you know that US troops and Wehrmacht troops once made a truce to protect a castle? Yeah, they did. For actually a few instances there during the later parts of WW2, where effectively units of the Wehrmacht would turn against, you know, the Third Reich. WW2. Because they wanted to. And because it was evil. WW2. Yeah. Look, we have to be careful what we say, because on YouTube and for algorithm and for automated AI stuff, you know what it's like. You know what it's like. I also don't want the algorithm deciding, you know, to start recommending me to a bunch of weird people. Jesus, the dyslexia in this strong in this one. WW2. What's wrong with WW2? Nah, weirder people, weirder people. You know, people who wanted a certain group to win WW2. Oh, there we go. And like a funny mustache man. There we go. There we go. Charlie Chaplin. Oh, look at all these. Look at all these guys doing the funny little kneel down. Oh yeah. By the way, have you seen what this guy can do, Anthony, when you were looking up the Tau? Because this guy, Tau Commander on foot guy, is really, really, really cool. Effectively, he gives the entire unit +1 attack on all the ranged weapons. It is very, very nice. Especially in a Breacher squad. No, I only double checked the army rule and got lost in the marker light units. Oh. Yeah, this guy, he gives a +1 attack to all ranged weapons. Ah, they blooming started the tree grinder again. I'll be right back. Ow, just whacked my toe. Why did they have to do the tree grinder thing today? For wood chippers. But hike. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. But yeah, what we're talking about, so Breacher squads, they get +1 attack from this dude, which is pretty cool. I like that. I like that. Which I think is quite worth the 50 points for him. I put mine in the experimental cadre. So they get +6 inches range to the weapons, which gives them a lot more use and capabilities. And then you can use enhancements on them that give them things like sustained hits and lethals.
Clearly they think you need a little longer in the oven, not baked enough.
Yeah. But let's go to new recruit. Oh yeah, I forgot the app's out today, the Black Library app. But Rapid response, mobile back to group. No, that's the Templars. Our Dory Tau is here. Here we go. So yeah, with experimental Cadre over here, basically all it does plus 6-inch range. Really, really good on the Breacher team, who, you know, go up to 16-inch range of our weapons now, almost doubling it. Gonna make you the High Marshal now. I've opened my door. Thanks to the, what they called, the Fireblade or whatever it is. Cadre Fireblade, yeah. He gives them +1 attack to their ranged weapons, so each of them now has 3 attacks. So basically plus 60% range to them and plus 50% attacks. Each time they make a ranged attack on a critical wound, they get -3 armor penetration, but that's only for himself. Breach and clear. Each time modern this unit makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy in range of an objective marker, you can reroll for wound, which is pretty nice. So yeah. Oh, give him a guardian drone so people at -1 to wound them with ranged weapons. So it's pretty good stuff there. Then you look at the stratagems they can use experimental weaponry. Determine number of attacks. Now it doesn't help. Threat assessment. Oh yeah, here you go. Select sustained hits or lethal hits, or select both of them to get hazardous. I like that one. Experimental ammunition, or improve the strength of your weapons by 1, or improve the strength and armor penetration by 1 to give them hazardous. So that means you can give them, like, if you want to, you can make them like strength 7, AP -2, hazardous, 3 attacks each. Hi Lone, yeah, I'm live. Hi Low42, how you doing? So yeah, that makes them pretty good. Alternatively, it's now, yeah, I've got 3 attacks each with sustained lethals. I'm incomplete. Didn't think I'd be back here. Why do you think I'd be back here? Why are you in shambles? Why in shambles? But have you seen the Vespid squads? Look at their guns. Neutron blasters. Strength 5, AP -2, damage to assault. Look how cool they are. Not for anything affecting me directly. More because Street Fighter 6 had a horrific update. No! Why did it get a horrific update? And they have 6 of those games now? Oh, it's here. Oh, you can get all of these books for free. Audiobooks. Oh. That's the least of my problems. Balance-wise, nothing changed. Oh. A returning character came back. Alex from Street Fighter 3. Oh, was Alex a bad character or... Unfortunately, Capcom completely assassinated his character by making him marry another baby with... What? Sweet Home Alabama. We were hyped for 4 months and then they do this. They had it in the bag. How did we get here? By being a company. Companies are evil by default. They do lots of bad stuff just for fun. There we go. Capcom, no more Capcom. To be fair, Capcom is definitely not the worst company, usually. Like, when it comes to their old games, they do some really good deals. Like, I remember still buying, like, this Capcom bundle for, I don't even know how much, it's barely anything, and it's just got so many games in it. Including Monster Hunt, the previous Monster Hunter game. And a bunch of other stuff. Nah, the treatment of Mega Man is criminal. Oh yeah, Mega Man. That's crazy. The X Mega Man said X sequel, I'll never forgive them. I don't know much about Mega Man, to be honest. I just kind of know Mega Man is a thing. I wish that they had 5 of these kneeling legs, so that way it could make a proper firing line, like with these guys at the front. But there's only 3 of them. And then a bunch of standing guys behind them. Mega Man said X is really fun. Metroidvania. Oh, Metroidvania. So Castlevania combined with Metroid. I know they both started as side-scrolling games that were very, very difficult. And included both platforming and... They came in that era where you couldn't just have save states. As a result, every time you fell, you're basically just back at the beginning. It's exactly what Getting Over You wished it was. That's like for early games. Oh gosh. Let's try one of these legs. $45, $41, $46. Okay, so it's the same for both of them with these legs. There you go. And didn't the creator of Mega Man try making a Mega Man ripoff? Oh, a spiritual successor, more accurately, of Mega Man. And that... I don't know how that went. I heard it didn't go very well in the end. Hi, Chaplin. Playing Dawn of War with a roommate, but had to drop by and say hi. Hello, Chaplin. Good luck with your Dawn of War game. I hope it goes really well and fun. Oh, yeah. Which Dawn of War is it? 6. 7. We don't have Dawn of War 6 yet. If we got up to 3, and apparently 2 was very popular. Remake of the first. Oh. Okay. Sounds fun. Sounds very fun. There we go. Okay, now we need to put the backpacks on them. How the heck do I cut these out? Like, a little lump coming right next to where I'm meant to cut that. Like, eh. Oh, I'm not meant to cut that lump. Okay. Okay, no, it's fine there. Okay, I thought I had to cut it all the way up to that bit, but no. Ever pondered what you will do as a fly? No. Because, you know, not sure flies have a lot going on, to be honest. There we go. It wouldn't exactly live very long either as a fly. There we go. Yeah. How about you've forgotten things until you hear someone say a specific word that makes... Yep. I think most of us have done that. It's like, oh gosh, I gotta do something. Often it's not someone else, it's I say something and then I'm like, oh yeah, there's something I need to do. These guys are pretty cool so far. They're very tiny though. At least next to my space means they're very tiny. Like, look at this cool guy and this little tactical rock base. And then it's like, hi. Hi. What would you do as a fly for the entire moving starring Jeff Goldblum talking about that? Really? Is that Jurassic Park? For Ragnarok. Always has been. Always has been. I do not recommend becoming a fly. Very good task. Yeah, it's called Fly. Oh, I've never seen that film. I've seen homages to it, like from The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror type stuff. Not really, Sandwich Man. What's the point if you can't play around a plastic-sided toy just like dolls? It's true. What is the point? I mean, honestly, you can play with your little things however you want. If you just want to use them as ornaments, that's fine. We've all got different ways to appreciate the things in our life. And outside of some of the illegal ways, most of it's fine. We all have our own little ways of doing things. That's what makes people remarkable. Yeah. I haven't seen The Fly either, but I saw a review and some clips that have a modern way of intaking media. The makeup work is amazing. The story is a tragedy. But also the work done on the film makes me want to throw up because it looks gross. Ooh. Oh, that's like, you know, when someone does a really, really cool Nurgle thing. Oh, like Box on the Discord. He's doing a really cool Great Unclean one. Looks absolutely disgusting. He's done it really, really well. Do you want to see? Do you want to see his Great Unclean one? That sounds wrong. And show you. Warhammer. If I scroll up. And then bam, bam, bam. There you go. See, look at this. Look at this disgusting thing. Look at all the maggots. They're a really good job of making it just gross. Oh. Who do you think will win? Avrava, the Mind Controller, or Go? I have no idea what you're talking about. I cannot comment. I'd guess Gerald, just because, you know, the short to a name of something is the more terrifying. Like, you don't want, you want to fight to where your opponent has Garmonger, the Destroyer Sword of Ultimate Destruction, or just, what would it be? Vfrongler. That's it, isn't it? From the mem. Vfrongler. What would you rather be attacked by? Garmonger, the sword of ultimate destruction, or Vfrongler? You gotta be afraid of Vfrongler. I mean, I guess you've also got like the idea of just Joe's sword, like is Joe's sword over there? I accidentally cut the little backpack thing there. Sad. That could be a bit of battle damage. Oh, could you imagine it's just a demon sword named Joe? It's like, is this just the demon sword Joe? It's Jim. The sword's name is Jim. Don't mess with Jim. And like half of the main characters in like so many isekais and stories have just the most basic name. Makes you wonder if they become the most powerful. Like you end up having like this story, you know, this like fantasy story, and you got all these things. You've got Saruman the Wise. You've got Sauron the Dark Lord. You had Aragorn or Strider, heir of Isildur, King of Gondor. And you got all these cool guys, and then you just got Frodo. Frodo. Now who's the one that you need to be scared of? Boromir, heir for the Regent of Gondor. Or just a tiny guy named Frodo. He's a tiny guy named Frodo. But do you know who's even scarier than Frodo? Who's even scarier? Frodo, who has a 5-letter name, Sam. Sam, the guy just known to his friends as Sam. No, that's a real one Sauron needs to be afraid of. Star Wars, you got Emperor Palpatine, Darth Vader, and then you got Luke. It's like, hi Luke. Yeah, just a guy with a 4-letter name. Okay, I mean, okay, they do have a surname, Skywalker, but you don't call Vader Vader. You don't call Darth Vader. He's Darth Vader. It's not just Palp. It's Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine. Or Darth Sidious. I just realised there's like a second pack of backpacks here. No idea which one they're meant to have. I don't check these things. Are there any like other Empress saving? Hi the Mongoose, I was building a real grade 0 in Gundam and the thiefing broke. And I lost the spike. I'm going to have to try and fashion a new one and my fingers are too big. No! That does not sound fun. Can you not find like one of spare bits or something? Every spare part place is sold. No! So if this is a known issue, it doesn't make you feel any less dumb. You could try complaining to, you know, the manufacturer or the supplier you bought it from and see if, you know, you can get a spare part. It's always worth a shot, I guess. Oh, look at him with his breacher gun, like, shotgun, shotgun. Although these are experimental long-range shotguns that have experimental ammunition. And are like chain rapid-fire shotguns. Bandai already issues spares to Japan and North America. Oh. We could always ask your supplier. Sometimes shops will like offer spare parts and stuff. Not for this, no, we'll buy a kit with oof. You never know. But I am sorry for your predicament. I hope it somehow improves. I hope you manage to make your spare bit anyway. Oh gosh, my stream has apparently started to face issues. Options are fire one down, cast a new one in Spoogu, or cry. I'm keeping plan C in reserve. Oh, I wish we luck. There we go. Oof. We've been trying to think. And I'm watching Missing Part List like a hawk. Ooh. These guys are super cool. I like them. There we go. Also, broke the holding peg. Going to try and get creative with pins. Oh gosh. Gundam does not sound like the easiest thing to do with broken parts on. Big old yawns. Oh, big old stretches. Honestly, I wish more armies had, you know, their breacher teams brought back. Like, imagine if we got proper Space Marine breacher teams again for 40k. Like, hey, here's a squad that has a 4+ invulnerable save. They got a sheet because they got big old shields. Or like they get plus toughness or whatever, I don't know. And then they're like armed with bolt shotguns. Like, we got their heavy bolt rifles that they use normally. Bolt shotguns, like strength 5, AP -2, assault 2 weapons. Got a pin vise and set of tiny drills. Could only find haberdashery pins instead of fine wads. They are 0.65mm, so a bit chunkier. But it's ideal and I have to break off the heads each time. Oh. Those are thick haberdashery pins. Actually, I don't know how thick haberdashery pins are meant to be. I'm just thinking of other pins. You know, for hats and stuff. Oh, okay. Put a pin in your hat. Is that what they mean when they say that? Oh, so dude, how could we had all these pulse carbines that didn't have, you know, any hands to hold them, then I realised of other drones. I only meant to put one shoulder pad on these guys. I'm in fact trying to fix a headpiece of them, so it is poetic. Ooh. Very nice. Hi, Douglas. How you doing? I'm doing okay-ish. Over a slight headache. There you go. Paint some glue onto this. Haberdashery. Oh no, his backpack fell off. A bit too much glue this time around. It's fine. Or should hopefully be. I found myself wondering if there is any way to cast a left side from a right. Nearly shorted out my brain of that one. It's the only infantry that's capable of using grenades. Lose them. And that stratagem is useless. What do you mean? No, loads of infantry have grenades. Loads of infantry have grenades. In fact, don't most infantry have grenade keyword? I think pretty much all of the Adeptus Astartes infantry does. Pretty much all of the Astra Militarum one does. I know that some of the Eldar ones do. Let's look. So, Plague Marines. They have the grenades keyword. Havocs don't have the grenade keyword. Terminators don't. Traitor Guardsmen do. Does the Sorcerer have grenades? Nope. Okay, does the Dark Commune squad have them? Yep, they do. Lord Discordant? Nope. Cultist Mob? Yep. Felgar? I think they do. Yep, the Felgar do. Accursed Cultists? They don't, obviously. They don't know how to use them. Nemesis Class? They do have them. Noise Marines? Maybe not. Yeah, no. Apparently most battle lines do have it. I think most infantry do have grenades. There's a few that don't. Sorcerer doesn't really know that much. Heretic Astarte Demon Prince doesn't. Legionnaire, Rubric Marines, they don't have it. I guess that makes sense. We know Nemesis Class do, Havocs don't. Undivided, Warpsmith, I imagine Warpsmiths do. Oh, they don't. Obliterators probably don't. Yeah, they don't. Raptors, they probably do, I imagine. Yeah, they have grenades. I imagine Khorne Berserkers do. Yes. Garmongers probably do, yep. And Jackals, they do as well. Yeah, a lot of things at the very least have grenades. Hope you had a It was a good day yesterday. Oh gosh. I got a piece of wood cut off dissolving in cement in an old jar. The jar used to contain onion granules. Onions are evil! No! I forgot to wash it first. No! Not onions! There we go. Okay, maybe it's just Tau don't have many grenades. I think the Tau do have a few grenade units though. I imagine Breachers probably do. Yep, they do. Pathfinder team probably do. Yep, they do. Stealth Battle Suits, maybe? Yep, they do. And one of their things is that they deploy melter bombs in law. Vespid Stingwings don't. What about battle suits? They do not. And that does not. All this to avoid scrapping the hole and buy a whole nother kit. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'd do that. I think if I lost a piece like that, I'd just be like, okay, I've lost a piece. That's fair. Okay, 21. It's not just a peace cup, it's a thieving. Without them, it's not a Gundam. Oh no. Turn it into a crisis battle suit. Yeah, why is he shooting upwards? No. Shoot, you know, straight across. More straight across. No, that's too low down now. There we go. Tiny little fellas. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we can have all of them aiming. Just give me a moment. Let me see if they've still got the wood chipper. Oh, wood chipper's gone! Yay! Oh, so I'm just gonna get myself a tissue. So I'll be right back. Hello, I'm here. Hi. Oh, we got a nice firing line. You guys should really be at the front of a firing line. Yeah. And the guy stood up behind you. Oh no, with the way some of them are aiming, they're going to be shooting for friends of the head. No! It's accidental Tau-on-Tau violence. Do you think there's been many civil Tau conflicts? Like the Imperial forces fighting one another is a relatively common sight. Considering that in the game, you might end up playing like Tau versus Tau. For whatever reason, especially like if you got a friend who like also got into Warhammer and they like the exact same stuff you like. So you both started with Tau. What would the law be of why a Tau army would fight another Tau army? Training battle? Simulation? You've always got like the Farsight Enclave versus non-Farsight. I wonder if they have issues of like, you know, two forces of Tau both think one another's the enemy. Or don't trust one another. Okay, now I want that slightly aimed up. There we go, yeah. There we go. And we're doing it. We got models. I'm not sure what colour scheme I'll go for them. There we go. I may have bought a pretty girl model kit on impulse. It's on Arcandia line. Lots of pretty ladies with massive kits. We got two huge kits. Lots and lots of pieces, I guess. I do mean it's just a giant build. I've never heard of these pretty lady Gundams before. Or model kits, sorry. Huge runners. Running from whom? There we go. Trees are evil. Trees are good. There we go. Why am I talking about trees? Because that wood chipper was out. Look at that guy. Why every time it says that word, it decides to hide your message? Hold it for a few. Oh, for a girl, Gundam's like 30-minute sisters and such. I don't like ladies and robots to mix. Technique is very different on them, you know? I guess so, I don't know. Is there any difference between the female Gundam ones and the male Gundam ones? And if so, why? They're both just giant robots. Shoot at the enemy. They're coming in fast. Just hip fire. But I don't know how to aim from the hip fire. Well, for starters, Gundam don't have gender for vehicles. Yeah. All of them she, like with the ships. Oh. Okay, where's this last piece I wanted? Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, how do I build this thing? The same as the other arm. Need more glue on this brush. Do 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 do. Out of a box of a Lamia figure I got is so pretty. It's a shame to open it. Can't you open it without damaging the art? It's like use a hobby knife to carefully cut at the stuff. I then cut the box up and use it as a poster. Or bookmark. Laminate it! Laminate it! We're back to lamination. It always comes back to lamination, doesn't it? Okay, only one shoulder pad has a big old... Only one shoulder has a big old shoulder pad on it. So I guess we better get onto that. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, which shoulder pad am I meant to put on the breeches? Surprisingly, not for what I thought. I thought I'd have to put this one on the breeches. Turns out it's this one, which looks a lot more delicate. To open is to start building it and making a lesser image. You know, you can always just like then take a photo of it, Photoshop it, make it the same as the image. Oh, they're getting the shoulder pads. You know, I always wonder what if they get attacked from behind. You know, so they go in this direction. Big old shoulder pad protects them. No shoulder pad here to protect them. You know, they need to start giving. If they took away armor values and, you know, armor from different angles away from vehicles, now we need to give that to infantry. You get a different armor save depending on what angle they shoot you from. Hunt towards enemy. Yeah! Also got the Gao Gaigar third live themed thing I've got. Looks a darn sight sturdier than Win Zero. Hope it is. I hope it is too. Yeah. My gosh, I am tired today. No idea what I'm gonna have to eat. I'm pretty much out of food. Ow! Get him off! I don't have any chicken nuggets. All I'm hearing is devastating flanker. Devastating flanker! We love a devastating flanker. Especially in Aslaneshi armies. Games of Thrones tried to book the trend of armor being for decoration, but fell into it towards the end. I don't know. There's a few scenes in early Game of Thrones where, do you know, the armor is absolutely terrible. Like, it seems to just have, like, because I only watched, like, the first season or whatever. And you sometimes have, like, characters go talking about, like, how sturdy armor and stuff and, like, where the weak points are. And then you've just got, like, characters then being stabbed through the armor as well in other scenes. You've then also got, you know, talking about where the weakness of the armor is. And it's like, yeah, you do realize that, like, people don't just wear one type of armor. Like, if someone's wearing plate armor, they'd usually wear a gambeson under it and a chainmail. And the chainmail gives you much more freedom of movement, but allows you to protect your joints. And the gambeson is also gives you freedom of movement and protects you from, like, crushing blows because it's like really thick wool. So yeah, do like when they're talking about certain stuff, it's like, yeah, you're not gonna, if a person is that well armored, you're not gonna hurt them by like stabbing them at, you know, that point, or, you know, just slashing at them with a blade. You're going to need to hit them with a lot of force at that point to get through the chainmail, or like have a special chainmail breaking dagger or whatever. Which they did invent. They did have like special ones that were designed to break through chainmail parts and stab through gambesons and stuff. But it's not going to be easy. There's a scene where Dothraki Sickle just can't do anything to a knight. That was before the Dark Times, before season 8. Yeah, but there's a few times in like even just the first season where... And I've seen enough clips of like before things. It's like they do sometimes show armor being really, really well when it's convenient for them. But like with a lot of these things, when it's not convenient for them, the armor doesn't work. It's a bit like, actually it's most stuff. It's like Lord of the Rings I was watching, and sometimes it's like you can see the armor actually being effective, and other times the armor's just absolutely useless. It's... It very much, it's just whatever is convenient at the time, whatever helps drive the plot forward. And gives us a cool scene. Of course, movies are so... Oh, you have to see the actor's face these days, so you get people taking off helmets in the battlefield. Well, it's not just these days, it's always been the case. Lord of the Rings, do you know the final battle with Aragorn at the gates of not Helm's Deep, at the gates of Mordor? Originally, he was meant to wear a helmet, and the actor was like, nah, I don't think Aragorn would suit a helmet here. And they're like, but helmet, you're the king now. You need to wear a helmet. But the entire thing is, it's like, yeah, but that's not romantic. Lord of the Rings is a very romantic style book. And as also, we should like focus more on the romance of the... Like, that's on one of the things, if you like watch the battles and stuff, it's very silly. Stabs a dead horse. That is Halo TV series. Oh no. But it's even Warhammer has these issues. Like, I was watching Penitence, and there's a point in that where just like a simple knife just goes straight through power armor. Except we see bullets just bouncing off power armor all the time. We see lots and lots of attacks bounce off of power armor, but when they just need a character to get injured, simple knife just stabs straight through it. We also see in Star Wars, actually, that's quite funny. In one of the scenes of Star Wars, in they deal with First and New Hope, so this was the 60s, they put on Stormtrooper helmets and then immediately take them off when they're in the battle. Because, you know, oh, you can't see well outside of Stormtrooper helmets. It's just a flimsy excuse to show the actors. And it's partly just so you know who's who. It's not just about seeing an actor's face, it's about knowing who's who in the battle. You see Marvel, Iron Man will always wear his helmet most of the time because, you know, I did a lot. Because you know who Iron Man is. It's very easy to tell, but for scenes when it's harder to tell, that's when you start seeing them not wearing the helmet as much. Also just talking scenes, obviously. For one of the reasons, like when characters are talking, they take off their helmets. It's actually quite an important thing for this, and it's because of acting and the emotion. It's very hard to read someone who isn't wearing a helmet. And you're more likely to emphasize to someone who's wearing a helmet and understand what they're saying. If they're not wearing one, if you can fully see what their face is doing. Wasn't Ark holding it that much? Yeah, an Ark was holding it, but still, it felt kind of pathetic. I am the law, original Judge Dredd. Yeah. I was definitely you can definitely get away with having the person wear a helmet all the time, like the Mandalorian series got away with that until they decided they didn't want him to wear a helmet anymore. Well, there's definitely a lot of reasons why they choose not to have the helmet on. And when they do choose to keep the helmets on, there's generally a very specific reason why. And things like, you know, Master Chief always wearing his helmet are good enough. The Mandalorian always wearing the helmet is good enough. It doesn't stop you having that type of stuff. It's just... I can definitely see why they choose to take it all off. But also, that's actually one of the reasons of the use of colour and stuff. Like, Iron Man is bright red and gold. War Machine is generally black and grey. Captain America is red, white, and blue. It's so that it's very easy to tell who is who in, like, a lot of these scenes. And why, like, when they get translated to media... well, like film media, where they're not necessarily wanting to keep the bright colours, they still keep a lot of the colours anyway. And when they don't, they stop. That's when you start seeing less helmets. In comics, they would cheat to unrealistic shading to hint at expressions on Iron Man's mask. Spider-Man's expressive eyepieces. Yeah, I think they did that, didn't they, with Holland Spider-Man? His eyes change a bit. The second Judge Dredd film had the helmet on the whole film, which is comic accurate. Yeah. I've not watched the Judge Dredds. I know Carl Urban played Judge Dredd at one point. Actors who can act without showing the face, only with intonation and body language, are probably the best. Yeah, I mean, they're probably the best if you want an actor that... if you want to just keep an actor's face hidden. Hi, Crazy Butt Nick. Oh, there's another reason, is that if you're going to tell an actor to hide the face the entire film, they're probably going to want a big paycheck. And they're probably going to want, like, the name appearing somewhere, like, you know, in very big letters. Even if they're a relatively minor role. But partly because an actor wants you to know who they are. Not just, like, normal people because of, you know, star recognition, but they want, like, other... film directors and people making media to see this film and go, ooh, that's a good actor, and recognize the face and want to bring them on. So yeah, so sometimes it's also a budgetary thing. But there's a lot of weird things. I mean, you got actors who can act extraordinarily well just using the face expressions. They don't even need to talk. A lot of comic actors are very good at that. Like, you got Rowan Atkinson is, like, one of the most famous one with Mr. Bean. Well, there's been a lot of research into, you know, wearing helmets or not, and, like, hiding an actor's face or not, and how it affects, like, an audience perception of them. And it's not just an actor having to act in a specific way, and having to, like, voice act a lot better. Oh yeah, also being able to act against somebody. It's not just having the actor who is wearing the helmet needs to act well. People who act against somebody, they generally act better if they can see the other actor's face. It's just one of the reasons why you'll often see, you know, voice actors and stuff will often act against one another, especially when an actor comes to do voice acting for the first time, or if they're not a very skilled voice actor yet. They'll often bring in somebody that they can act against while doing the voice acting. So you need to find a bunch of really, really good actors to be able to act with someone who never shows a face. Which is harder than you might think it is. A lot of actors really rely on that working off somebody else. But also it's like how they do like for filming and stuff, like with the Mandalorian, you'll see it quite often of where they change the camera angles. And the music, they do a lot more heavy music cueing, and that's actually one of the things of like where baby Yoda comes into the situation, is they often use these characters and the characters around the actors to emphasize these emotions. So it requires a hell of a lot of setup to be able to work around that thing and still have it done well. It doesn't mean that you don't, and it's not really an excuse when you need a character wearing a helmet, like Master Chief for Halo. He really shouldn't be taking off his helmet. Mandalorian proves you can do it. But you can see like why half of the time that they don't actually do this. One of the things with like Iron Man as well is that he never really wore the helmet on set too much. Even when you can see him wearing the helmet in the TV show, or in the film, sorry, he is often not wearing the helmet on set. Either they green screen it on, or they film it twice, one without the helmet and once with the helmet, and they just overlay the one with the helmet onto it. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. Like how the Mandalorian got mad because he would be constantly with a helmet in the whole show. Yeah. Aren't the names of posters and credits enough? I don't appreciate them assuming I'm illiterate. Honestly, no. Most people aren't illiterate. Most people aren't actually going to look at the credits. Most people aren't going to look at the names that appear on posters. And especially for an actor who's not yet made it big. They want that recognition. They want you to see their face and go, oh, it's that actor who was in that thing. Oh, it's this actor. And it's not just you. They want like movie producers and stuff to do it as well. And you have to realize people are lazy. People don't read these things. People don't look stuff up. Your average person doesn't do that. You might. Joe doesn't. The person who spends like 200 quid a month on movies doesn't often do that. Some of them do, a lot of them don't. In Rogue One and Andor, the guy playing the droid had a fake head on a stick above his head so actors would know where to look when talking to him in scenes. Yeah. I believe that's some of the other things. Or what is it? Oh yeah, it's one of the other things where you see like actors like with Gollum and stuff. Often they would bring on the what is his name? The actor for Gollum. Like he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind too much not having his face be shown. The actor for Gollum, he's like a really, really good person for those types of effects. But he's like a very specialized actor in doing motion capture. But yeah, they'd often bring him on to shoot scenes multiple times, where they'd do a scene without him there and a scene with him there. And often the scenes with him there is like when if they zoom in onto like the face and stuff, that's when he was there on scene with them to act against. Well, yeah, and often it's like with droids and stuff, like with Star Wars, they'd often do the same thing. Sometimes, like, especially early on when they couldn't just overlay stuff very well, they'd do it like 2 or 3 times. And partly it's just so that they could get into the rhythm of how to do it. And then they'd do another time with the droid being there rather than the actor. And stuff like that. So it's very interesting. But I've looked into those things. I've looked into them. I've watched a few things about like why people like they take off the helmet and stuff. And sometimes it's also just so you get a feel for the character themselves. Like one of the reasons Aragorn didn't put his helmet on is because they wanted to keep this idea of, you know, Aragorn the Ranger and how he isn't just a king, and becoming the king didn't change who he still is. And that was like one of the arguments of why he shouldn't wear the helmet in the final battle, because the helmet made him look too regal. Oh, first campaign game on Monday. Nice! Wishing you luck. Oh wait, no, you've had it, sorry. Monday's been and gone. Or you're talking about for Monday coming. You're playing 2K against Tyranids and you're using Custodies. Oh, good luck with that. Doom hates his own face, but I bet for upcoming Doomsday movie he will unmask in the first 10 minutes of screen time. Potentially. It depends how they do it. Like, they could easily have, like, you know, the mask being forcibly removed, or literally just him saying he hates this face. They're likely going to use the fact that he looks like Tony Stark in the films. And he's probably going to hate every single moment that he doesn't have to wear his mask. That would be really, really cool. But, you know. Also, they could just change how the character itself. I know that the film characters of Marvel are more inspired by the comics rather than fully based on them. Because they want to make it their own thing. And they also don't want people like expecting like a certain thing from the comics to be occurring on screen. It's like they completely changed what Thanos' character was like. Which I think was for the better, to be honest. Comic book Thanos is great, but so is the film Thanos. Daniels was actually inside VPO, skinny dude. And he'll look very roguish with an arrow for his cheek. Yes, 8 or 9 monsters in this list. Ooh, that sounds like a good list for your Custodies to go against since you got all Dreadnoughts, isn't it? The Battle of the Mechs. Oh, it'd be like a kaiju battle. Big old mechs fighting dinosaur. Monsters, there we go. He can't stand it. The only insult he will allow from other people is that he's hideous because he agrees. Yeah. I mean, you know, one of the things they could do is they've already had in the film those nanite masks. You know, that make you look a certain way. Like you can copy another person's face. What if all he does is like copy Tony Stark's face with one of those nanite masks, and then late in the film, the mask is removed and you see like this hideous visage? That would be cool. Like it's just a fake face every time we see his face. Because they already have that technology that they use quite often in the MCU films. I can very much imagine them continuing to use it. Trying to introduce Cup to the best masked character, Handsome Jack. Handsome Jack? What? Never heard of him. Borderlands? Never. Don't know what Borderlands is. And the Super Girl Scout being changed into a depressed junk. That logic is how we are getting a Green Lantern show with a word green missing. I wouldn't judge it until we've actually seen it. And Supergirl Scout being changed into a depressed drunk. I mean, we've not seen her film yet. She might just be a party animal. But yeah, I mean, judging from before we actually get to see for their main projects. It's a bit... We should at least see the main project before we give it any goes. Like, for all we know, the brown lantern suit could just be one design. It could be bright green once he actually powers up while wearing the suit. There we go, dropped this. The producer's on record saying the green part sounds stupid. Still, I'd wait for it. It could be that it's an old suit. That's just dirty and messed up. I would say the trailer doesn't look that great at the moment, but still. If I judged every single thing just purely based on its trailer, there'll be a lot of shows I should like and a lot of things I should hate. But really, it's not the case. Look at that. I imagine Supergirl has some issues to work through. She was old enough to see the destruction of her homeworld and people, unlike Clark. Yeah. I mean, I really liked the Superman film for a couple of things where I'm like, this is a bit eh. But I thought it was a really good film. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for like anything else until I actually see it. And I don't think difference is necessarily bad. Like, I think the Batman animated series changed so much about the comics of the series, and I think there's very few changes, at least, you know, in the original series, that was worse than the comics. Like, almost every single change. Like Harlequin, Mr. Freeze. Oh, wasn't Clayface also changed quite a bit for the TV series? The animated TV series was just amazing. They changed a lot of the characters and it was fine. There's definitely been a few versions of Clara that have been, you know, angrier. A lot more trying to avoid the problems and stuff. Are just more reckless than Clark. Well, I mean, often she's shown us much more reckless than Clark. Depends on what stuff you're looking at. Just very rarely as Scouty. I don't want Green Lantern in a small town. I want the space opera superhero in a space opera. Honestly, from the looks of it, the Green Lantern show, well, all I see of it and what I get the idea of is you've got old Green Lantern, who's basically completely... what's the word? Disillusioned with the Green Lantern Corps. And all he wants to do is basically focus on his small town and, you know, not using his powers too much. And then you got the new Green Lantern who wants to, you know, be an actual Green Lantern and live up to what a Green Lantern is meant to be. So for all we know, it could just be the first couple of episodes of this, you know, battle between the two characters and then it turns into a space opera. I don't know. It could be if they just didn't have a budget to do a space opera. Although I doubt that. Well, could be. That's a suspicious name, Agent Orange. I want him fight Agent Orange of a red corpse. Is the colour agreed in Lantern laws? There was a corpse of them, but they were wiped out. Only one left. Oh. I only heard the chemical defoliate deployed in Nam. Yeah. If it's hard as intended, it would for ring. It would work. It just wouldn't be very powerful. Like, isn't that like a recurring thing where we got two different things? You got a recurring problem of they completely lose their will to fight, and the ring just doesn't work for them. And sometimes they aren't aware of the will to fight. And then you got other times where the just will isn't in the game. It still works, it's just their constructs aren't as powerful. And you often find this is the case with like Green Lanterns fighting one another. The one with the strongest will is the one that, you know, wins in the end. Usually. Without some trickery involved. But yeah, the lantern rings should still work for them. As long as he's got any will to fight, it should work in theory. And it doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have will, it just means that he's disillusioned. Just because he's disillusioned with a lantern corpse doesn't mean he doesn't have a great will to fight. And just because he wants to focus on his own small town doesn't mean he doesn't have a great will to fight. It's just he doesn't have the will to, you know, want to save, go on space shop for a shot, help the corpse or whatever. But I don't know. It doesn't sound very how... What's his name? I forgot his name. I keep wanting to call him Hal Gordon, but it's not Gordon, is it? Hal Jordan? Is it Hal Jordan? Because isn't he meant to be Hal? The guy in the trailer. The ring means he could talk if he wanted to, but he mostly hisses and spit. Wait, who's this? Red Rage is obvious. One is a cat from Earth that had such a horrible life. The embodiment of rage itself said, "I like you," and gave him a ring. He wears it on his tail. Oh, ring means he could talk, but he just mostly hisses. What colours are the lanterns? There was a black ring, wasn't there? That was like the ring of death or something. And Batman was meant to wear it at one point. Red equals anger, orange is greed, yellow is fear, green is willpower, blue is hope, indigo is compassion, violet is love. Yeah. There's a good chance that when it comes to the Green Lantern, though, is that they're trying to play it safe purposefully because of how badly the original Green Lantern films went. And as a result, they might just be trying to play it into what they think the average audience will want to watch, not what the superhero audience who already knows Green Lantern will want to watch. Because ultimately, that's how you make your money. You don't sell to the comic book fans, you sell to the average Joe who might watch it. Because the average Joe outnumbers comic book fans 20-1.
Don't need money, don't need fame, don't need no credit card to ride this train. Deals with problem with a violent violet locomotive.
Yeah! There we go. I like trains. If only I had a train. Photon. Where's a photon train when you need it? Look at the little antennas on their heads. These antennas are adding a lot of build time to this model. I don't like the heads on these kits very well. They don't go into the neck hole of the body very well. There's actually more ring colours now in the comics, like ultraviolet and grey, which is sadness. Oh. That's kind of interesting. Why do Tau need big antennas on the side of their heads? Are the communication technology that bad? Do they need big antennas? Are they using walkie-talkies? Currently, the most popular portrayal of the Green Lantern on TV or film has been in the Justice League Unlimited with Jon Stewart's Green Lantern, which wasn't very space opera. It did have quite a few space opera episodes. But if you go by the most popular Jon Stewart focused episode, they were focused on Earth and you know, his relationship with the likes of Heart Girl. Meanwhile, the ones that focused more on the Green Lantern Corps as a whole, I don't think were that popular. He had a couple of episodes where other Green Lanterns appeared within the story, but again, that was more like an Earth or smaller town centric thing. Probably uploading target data. I mean, maybe, but I mean, still. Need a big old antenna for that. Oh, and then they got an antenna on the backpack as well. These people, they need, the communication technology is just really backwards compared to Earth. Actually, I do kind of find that funny about sci-fi. Is that often sci-fi communication technology is nowhere near as good as Earth's. Like, the IRL. Like, that's one of the things you can see in Star Wars. Not Star Wars, Star Trek. Of just personal computer devices and communication technology. IRL just advanced so quickly and at such a weird rate that not just so quickly and in such a way that sci-fi technology just rarely ever was as good. I think the closest like in Star Trek is your comms badges and just how they magically know exactly who you want to talk to. But even then, it's like we kind of are better than that already. Like for comms badges, you need to like hit a badge on your body. It's like in theory, I could just ring someone I wanted to just by talking inside my house. There we go. I think when you look at like some of the satellite phones that are out now and just how compact they are. There we go. Can you believe in the original Star Trek series, apparently automatic doors were like viewed as like the super advanced idea? And apparently, as automatic doors were becoming more popular, you had automatic door places that purposely wanted to make, you know, their automatic doors for like the shops or whatever, make a swooshing sound. So they did extra things to try and create that swooshing sound. Ultraviolet is destructive self-urges. Ooh. Working automatic doors. You just forgot the first part. Yeah. Oh, growing up for ages, I struggled to get any automatic doors to work because, you know, they're weight-based, and apparently I just didn't have enough weight to trigger them. I'm like, what do you mean? And then you had some that were heat-based, and it's like, don't I have a strong enough heat signature? Where's my heat signature? I was just an elf. I was just so light-footed. I could walk on top of snow. You need to check out the CG Lantern cartoon. It was great. There's a CG Lantern cartoon. I think I actually heard of that. One of my favourite portrayals of the... Have you watched Batman for Brave and for Bold? Just every time... oh, what's his face? I forgot his name. It's now played by... Nathan Fillion. Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner. Every time Guy Gardner just appeared in Brave and for Bold, you knew you were in for a good time. Oh, he was an absolute jerk. But I loved him for being an absolute jerk. Star Wars has radically different history and rules to us. I mean, what the heck is an ion cannon? These guys get ion cannons. The main thing is, what the heck is with their lasers? Like, seriously, how do their lasers work? Ion cannon just seems like some sort of strange plasma cannon. In fact, a lot of the Star Wars tech seems to be more plasma-based than anything else. Like with how blasters work. They're not lasers. One, they attacks travel way too slow to be lasers. Two, with how they actually, like, you know, blasters actually hit people. Is they often don't just, like, punch a hole through stuff. Or, like, create a nice little hole that, like, a laser would. It's instead like this, quite a thick burning hole when it does create holes. A lot of the time though, they just like fall to the ground. If they got like these massive, when you see the scars, it's like spread over them and spread around the damage. Instead, it's like firing this massive electrical charge at something. And that's apparently what suits are meant to do. They're meant to protect you by spreading the charge of the heat or whatever across your body, rather than just it all being focused in one place. So apparently stormtroopers, if they get hit, often they'll just be stunned or like seriously injured. But it's also like one of the reasons when you see somebody get hit by a blaster, they just drop. It doesn't matter where they get hit, they just drop immediately. Like whatever just hit them just completely fried the nervous system. Just instantaneously. By Bruce Timm, so it had a good pedigree. Oh, Raven Bold is such an odd show. It changes some really campy in some episodes to really dark, like that episode of Joe Chill. Yeah, it is a bit weird like that. My favourite episode still has to be the Music Meister, though. The Music Meister. Oh, I love the Music Meister. Neil Patrick Harris was great there. Is it plasma they require gas cartridges to reload? It could be plasma. But like a lot of the weaponry does seem to be plasma based, but for any other ones in space, if it was plasma traveling at those speeds, the plasma would disperse. You wouldn't get this one solid chunk attack. Now you can, in theory, create a plasma weapon by effectively creating a pressure field around the shot as it's fired. And if you fire it quickly enough and at close enough range, the pressure field around it won't maintain itself. The pressure field will immediately want to disperse everywhere, but there should still be enough pressure exerted on the plasma trail to, you know, not cause it to disperse instantaneously. In theory. I think for suggestions that safeties are disabled to punch through stormtrooper armor. Otherwise, we'd have to accept the armor is like paper. No. In the old Star Wars Legends, Iron's cannons acted as small EMP blasts. They don't do much physical damage, but disable electronics. Ooh, that could work. Official descriptions say there's a strong magnetic loop holding the saber's shape. Yeah, the sabers, lightsabers are a bit weird. They've changed those types of descriptions a few times, I think. I believe right now the way that the stormtroopers get folded by phaser weapons is that they basically disperse the attack through your entire body, so it doesn't break stormtrooper armor. The stormtrooper armor does exactly what it's meant to do. Instead, you just get injured. You actually do see a few times like characters getting hit, especially when you see the bad guys get hit by the phasers. Or a character that is wearing armor getting hit by a phaser. Often they will only get injured, they won't be killed by them. Not phaser, blaster, sorry. And there has been a few moments of, you know, when characters, like I think for Mandalorian, when they were going around a stormtrooper base, they mentioned like being hit by blasters was never felt good. It was annoying being knocked out by one. So yeah. A lot of the time when stormtroopers are getting hit by blasters, they're being knocked down, but they're only being knocked out by them. Whereas if they didn't wear the armor, they would just be killed instantly. We have seen a few times like a character that's wearing some form of armor will like get hit and then they'll just like get back up. It's very clearly injured, but I think Force users also do a similar thing where they create Force armor around themselves, which sounds kind of silly. And it's not a pointless expense because it saves your life. That's meant to be the thing. The armor isn't meant to keep you fighting. It's meant to save your life so tomorrow you can fight again. If all you had to do was disable the safety on a blaster to be able to kill someone, then the armor would be pointless. Instead for just be all running around without the armor. Well, the armor also does something else. It probably protects you from very light blasters. Like civilian ones. But it's also a form of intimidation. It's like if you actually look at like some of the armor equipped, especially in WW2 and WW1, half of the point of it was less about actually saving your life and more about creating a sort of image. Some of it anyway. Especially like with some of the SS stuff going on. If your armor dissipates the impact and knocks you out instead of killing you, it's a worth the expense. Yeah. Also, you got to realise that most of the time if the armor gets damaged, it doesn't actually kill you. Actually, in real life, it's exactly what armor does. If you get hit by a bullet while wearing bulletproof vest, you will likely break ribs. You will likely not be getting back up. You will likely not be fighting. There's a good chance you'll be knocked to the ground and you'll be knocked out unconscious, or at least so injured and shocked that you're not going to be fighting. But it will save your life. There's some cases where you might still be able to fight, but that's like with some serious adrenaline running through you, or if you just got lucky. Especially like people, whether using lower caliber weapons and stuff like that against you, you're probably going to be a bit better with that. In old novels, blaster bolts would often just punch through stormtrooper armor. Yeah, I think that's changed a bit now. Where they don't blast through them. In the Clone Wars as well, I think there's a few points where, clones get hit by enemy blaster fire and they survive. Other things that it was shown protecting you from is things like, grenades, like thermal detonators and stuff like that. In which you get it protects you from like light shrapnel and stuff like that. Which is actually what flak jackets were for. I believe. Like some of the early armors that came before our current modern body armor. It was designed to protect you more from shrapnel than anything else. It wouldn't protect you from getting shot. It might protect you a bit from getting stabbed, but mostly outside of a helmet. You just want to be protected from things like grenades and IEDs and bombs and stuff. Protect your vital organs. Yeah, for boltcasters and armor piercer, each one of those hits kills. Yeah, for boltcaster is ridiculous. The reason that the Chibi uses them and you don't see others use them, I believe, is because they are incredibly heavy and incredibly difficult to wield. And, for Wookiees are incredibly strong, hence why they use them. There's a few other really powerful weapons that are really good against stuff like that. In the Clone Wars, though, you do see enemy blaster fire just absolutely just wrecks the clones. Oh yeah, one of the reasons, and this is one of the reasons of like flak armor and stuff. Flak armor absolutely sucked. But one of the reasons they give it to you is that they found in WW2 and in the Vietnam and stuff like that, is that a soldier that wears armor is more likely to be confident and more willing to fight and face the enemy than a one that doesn't have armor, even if the armor actually provides them no real protection. They're more likely to want to fight than without it. But there's a certain limit to this. Like, you could give soldiers some really heavy armor, and most soldiers would rather not have really heavy armor than have it. because they just don't want to be lugging around something so heavy and so difficult to move in. So early body armor designs a lot of the time were just given to soldiers. And one of the big issues that they faced is, while in theory they could make decent armor, trying to mass produce it was really, really difficult. So they cut a lot of corners to get it produced. And in theory, they're still cutting corners like halfway up to, 2001. Although it's about 2001 where armor producers were forced to knuckle down, partly because of all the reports of body armor failing when it shouldn't have done. Or just like not having actual proper plates in for armor, so yeah. I think their armor is just there for appearances. The Empire doesn't even give its TIE fighter shield. I don't think they are buffed with casualties. Yeah, they've tried to make all sorts of arguments about why TIE fighters don't have shields. Yeah, boltcasters. Or some kind of linear accelerator. I'm not sure if it's still law, but Chewie's boltcaster was originally a mini railgun. Ooh. It might still be for law, I don't know. It would explain why it's so heavy and difficult to wield. But Cadian in power armor if they get +2 leadership. Honestly, probably, yeah. Radioactive Batman, not worry, I'm wearing gloves. But yeah, for instance, one of the things about the TIE fighters not having shields is that by not having shields, they could make them lighter and faster and cheaper. And why they didn't give them warp drives either. That makes sense for no warp drives. The lack of shields... The lack of shields is really big because they've made arguments where without the shields, the fighters would, they actually trained better and harder and, were better at made better fighter pilots. And it's like, okay, kind of makes sense, but now if you do get hit... Oh, the other argument was that if they got shields, any shield that they give them just wouldn't be strong enough anyway to stop the enemy blowing them up. Which, arguably, if you watch the first film, New Hope, deal with the X-Wings being shot at and stuff, their shields didn't exactly save them, did it? Usually. So... But either way, for most well-trained fighters that they had, like the most well-trained soldiers were their pilots. But the ones they put the most resources in, and the one thing that they weren't willing to lose very easily because of how difficult it was to get more pilots. These are all things in the law, and they don't give them shields. But the law, especially the modern canon, has tried to explain. I think in if you watch Rebels, they have one of the seasons, I think, focuses more on that type of stuff. And it's quite weird the way that they try to do that. Tiny TIE drives, a single-cylinder version of a hyperdrive. Yeah, they don't have hyperdrives on the TIE fighters. They did make TIE fighters with shields and with hyperdrives, and those TIE fighters are absolutely terrifying. Oh no, they did make hyperdrive TIE fighters. What's his name? Not Tarkin. The blue guy, the blue general, I forget what his name is. He didn't like the Death Star project, and he wanted his own project to get funded. Thrawn, yeah, Thrawn. He wanted his own project to get funded, and this was slightly larger TIE fighters, for ones that instead of the square shields, they had like the really cool triangular things at the side. And they were faster, they had shields, they were better armed, and they had hyperdrives. The Interceptor model, yeah. And for Empire, according to Rebels and other stuff, the Empire did start to mass-produce TIE fighters. His interceptor model of TIE fighters, but it was too late. Or at least they were going to mass-produce them once they recognised just how useful they were. But at that point, you know, the Battle of Yavin happened and everything went down. So you can imagine when they, you know, put in all these extra destroyers in storage, they just decided to produce the better TIE fighters. The older X-Wing novels showed the Alliance pilots toggling the strength of the shields during combat. Oh. The Falcon did that, you had to angle them. You always liked the bombers. I wasn't a big fan. I liked the bombers in the what's it called? Battlefront. Yeah, the TIE fighters. But yeah, originally, according to a mixture of what's currently canon and what is currently legends, but presumed still to be canon, because a lot of legends still is arguably canon, because they have used a lot of legend stuff in canon, especially in the TV shows. Especially in Rebels. Actually, that's actually one of the things that's super annoying about, you know, things like the sequels, is that they actually brought some of these things from Legends into the Disney canon. In like, things like Rebels and the TV shows, and they just didn't use them for the sequels. Instead, the sequels decided to have their own weird stuff going on. Growing up is realizing the Death Star trench run was a dam busters. Oh, it's silly. What else happened though? Oh yeah, they wanted to use the idea of the Empire is that they didn't really anticipate having to fight lots and lots of, you know, small aircraft. In, you know, these sort of hit and run style raids. And as a result, they anticipated them having to centralize power, you know, around planets and stuff like that. As a result, they were like, okay, TIE fighters, we don't want to spend a lot of money on them. Instead, we're just going to have these massive carrier ships. And the carrier ships, you know, so you got your Star Destroyers, which are basically carriers. And then you have other specialized carrier ships. And then you have ships that are designed to defend the carriers and escorts and stuff. And the entire idea is that if you needed to, you know, be somewhere, that you basically need to fully project your power. As a result, you need TIE fighters. You just bring a carrier with you. People are going to be much more scared of a Star Destroyer than they are of just a few TIE fighters rolling around. Which is kind of true, but the issue that then became is that they couldn't put Star Destroyers absolutely everywhere. They couldn't build them fast enough. They couldn't afford to run that many of them, especially with how many crew they needed. And the Rebels just avoided fighting Star Destroyers. Instead, they just attack where the Star Destroyers aren't. So then they created smaller carrier vessels, and then even smaller carrier vessels. Like, I think there's a carrier vessel that has like 4 TIE fighters on it. But these are just vessels that have hyperdrives, and they'll basically go to wherever the enemy are. They're faster, they're lighter, they got better hyperdrives, and you can afford to run more of them. But still, for Rebels, were too good. Especially since they had ships that could take out these smaller carrier ships. It meant the smaller carrier ships needed other escort ships, because the TIE fighters weren't necessarily going to be enough, especially if the TIE fighters are needing to patrol the area. And if the TIE fighters are patrolling an area and the Rebels decide to blow up the carrier, there's a bit of an issue. And then you got the issue of if the Rebels attack a carrier while the TIE fighters are in it, but they're not deployed yet, they might not have a chance to deploy the TIE fighters before the Rebels shoot the carrier to pieces. These are all issues, so eventually you started seeing more of the TIE fighters that had, hyperdrives going on these patrol routes, so that they could more quickly intercept the Rebels. And by having these individual TIE fighters on patrol, they were less important targets than carriers were. So you wouldn't have rebels, you know, deciding to dogpile onto a single TIE fighter because there's no point dogpiling on a single TIE fighter, dogpiling on a single carrier. But apparently that's all like the current law of like why the TIE fighters and stuff work in Star Wars. If only an idiot would do that, is your answer. Then your plan isn't foolproof by definition. Yeah. I'm hearing Imperial Japanese music, not anticipating having to fight an air battle at sea. It's kind of like that, except it's more like, imagine if Imperial Japan just went all in on naval carriers, and then the enemy went with just thousands of torpedo boats and like really long range fighter planes and stuff. That were just that their planes couldn't really keep up with or deal with at all. Or if they just went like entirely submarines, if they couldn't detect where the enemy submarines are. It's very hard to do an analogy because the Empire focused mostly on carriers. Japan, if they were only better, potential, I mean, true, for everything. It's very hard to actually, like, give an argument of how these things are meant to be. If we compare that, though, to the Clone Wars ships, the Clone Wars were also carrier ships, but they were carrier second, like fighter ships first. And troop transports as well. But what they'll do is, like, if they deploy in an area with the main ship is fully capable of defending itself with minimum carriers, with minimum fighter planes. But what they could do is that they could deploy a big old ship in a certain area, and then they could deploy all of their fighters and craft. And those craft could use their hyperdrives to patrol an extremely wide area. And then if something were to attack the main ship, they could use their hyperdrives to get back very, very quickly, if needs be. So that's meant to be the entire point. But with having the hyperdrives made the ships bigger, like the fighters bigger, so they couldn't have as many of them on board their carrier. And it also made them much more expensive. And it cost them a massive amount in the long run. Comparatively, the Separatists mostly focused on carrier craft that mostly used short-range fighters that didn't have hyperdrives. And they had a lot of success with that. So the Empire looking at what happened in the Clone Wars, designed the Star Destroyers as a halfway point between the Clone Wars ships and the Separatist ships. Not realizing that the Separatists also made use of smaller aircraft that had hyperdrives, just in not great numbers. It's all weird. But what model knife is that? It's this knife. It's just a random hobby knife. CKS Cuptle G400. It's actually originally got it for cutting screen tone for manga. A Japanese agency has trademarked a new type of VTuber called Xtuber. It refers to creators who don't use a virtual avatar, but also stream or appear in real life. What? That sounds crazy. Never heard of that. I don't know if they're going to catch on. So, battle carriers versus BBVs. In Legends, the Empire actually built a Lancer-class frigate to combat fighters after Yavin. It was only armed with small guns. It terrified fighter pilots whenever one appeared. I don't know if that was in Rebels or not. I know a few really cool ships appeared in Rebels. Honestly, if you don't mind, Rebels is really, really cool for when it comes to like all the aircraft and stuff. I say aircraft, spacecraft and stuff. That they add to it. A lot of it's from Legends. I think the story of Rebels kind of sucks, and it's not as good as like Clone Wars and stuff. But I mean, it's got its ups, it's got its downs. It's not amazing, it's not terrible. But if all you're interested in like the craft that the Empire and the Rebellion used, and like all the different iterations and evolutions, and like the mini arms race that's going on, really, really good. Really, really good from a lore perspective. With that type of thing. Especially after the first season, I think it's season 2 or 3, where they really start getting into all of that. And I really like that. Bring in a lot of Legends content. There were a few ships, like they had smaller ships that were... I can't really remember. I don't necessarily remember them being really good against fighters or really bad against them. But basically, for 2 types of small ships that they used that weren't carriers. One of them was basically just literally a mini Star Destroyer. It's just going do. Just a small one that's a bit faster, a bit less firepower, much smaller crew needed. But that one was always scary because, you know, it was more than powerful enough to deal with most of the Rebel big ships. And then you had an even smaller one that wasn't really scary against the big ships, but I think it was dangerous against fighters. Gundra is still not a Vtuber anymore. She's an Xtuber. By the way, don't Google Xtuber. It brings up next. Yeah, I imagine so. Tell me about the lightsaber helicopter. Oh no! Okay, they're from Rebels too. But the lightsaber helicopters, the spinning lightsaber blades, no. The 3-day-old sweet spot. I've been struggling to find a blade with this shape. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just called the CKS Cutter G400. Yeah. Sounds more interesting for whatever happens in Legends. Yeah, so in Rebels, they have, what is it? They have the Inquisition appear in Rebels, or the Inquisitors, and they have like these to make up for the fact that the Inquisitors actually suck. Like literally that's canon. The Inquisitors absolutely suck. So to make up for it, they gave them these... Do you know Darth Maul's lightsaber? But imagine now it's got a big ring around it, and you hold it and it spins. Yeah, spinning is a good trick. So yeah, they made... Which I thought was kind of cool. It's like, oh, so because they like suck at swordplay, all they do is just like spin those lightsabers at enemies. And against like untrained Padawans and stuff, that's going to be quite difficult to deal with. Oh, that's interesting. But then they hold it above their head and they spin it and then they just fly away. They just fly away like a helicopter. It's the stupidest thing ever. Despite being called a saber, which usually refers to a curved sword, a lightsaber's blade is in fact cylindrical, so spinning it will not produce differential airspeed to create lift. It's also a laser! It has barely any physical mass to it. It's a magic space sword. It's a magic space sword. It works using magic. It has magic crystals inside of it. It generates whatever. It literally has the force running through it. It's literally made out of force energy. That's how it stops other lightsaber blades. That's how it deflects blaster bolts. It's literally magic. So in that circumstance, it makes sense. It just looks so stupid. If it looked cool, I wouldn't mind it. It just looks stupid. I didn't know about this swag, Star Wars. Apologies. I identify as an attack helicopter, quite literally. Red lightsabers, force training, but they aren't safe. And they won't ever try to usurp Vader or the Emperor or each other. No, they do. They do. And they will. So the point is that the Inquisitors absolutely suck. And they make sure that they suck. Like, they don't want to actually train them. That's the point. They do some training for them. Like, we don't want you dying immediately as soon as you, like, face any sort of strong opponent. And we want you to be terrifying to the average person. But we don't want you becoming strong enough to face us. So, the Inquisitors are given this sort of hierarchy where they're constantly competing with one another. It's actually kind of interesting when you get into all of that stuff. So they basically put them into this thing where they're constantly having to compete with one another.
Any ideas as to when the Night Destroyer is going on pre-order?
No ideas at the moment. I imagine it's probably going up on pre-order at the same time as new Battle Forces and Defilers and stuff are coming out. So I imagine in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe start of April. Well, physical density is for nerds and the Inquisition don't know rules, yeah. Defies law of gravity but never studied law. Yeah. Exactly, you get it.
Inquisitor reading the laws of physics. This is so interesting, if only I could read. Throws away the book and riflecopters away.
Yeah, I mean, they are using just force powers. But yeah, so Inquisitor, so you got Palpatine up here, you got Vader here, and then you got the Inquisitors. They barely train them. They give them a super cool spinny lightsaber. So none of these guys can become quite powerful enough, or at least they don't train them well enough to be able to, like, defeat Vader, and definitely not Palpatine. And if they tried, Vader would just literally slaughter them. Vader is also skilled if they don't force train them either. Like, they might teach them to force push, but they don't teach them, like, even things that would help them as Inquisitors of hunting Jedi, which is one of the reasons why they kind of just take a slaughter them all sort of approach, because they don't actually have the capability of detecting the Force just by, you know, sensing it that well. Some of them do, but they're generally people already trained by the Jedi. So they don't train them at all in the Force. So this way, Vader and Palpatine will immediately detect any malice that these guys have, these Inquisitors. They'll be like, yeah, I know you're planning to kill me, so I'm just going to kill you first. You're trying to sneak up on me? Well, I can detect you. But they got no training. If they purposely keep them like that, they give them the spinning lightsaber so they can do cool tricks. And they can deflect, you know, blaster bolts coming towards them just by spinning the lightsaber really quickly on that thing. But on top of that, they create this sort of system of hierarchy where even the people at the top are still having to compete with the people at the bottom. So somebody at the top would just be like, I need something done that's really important. I could ask my top Inquisitor. Instead, I'm just going to ask my second Inquisitor and act like I'm going to promote them. As a result, the person at the top is now afraid of a person in the second Inquisitor coming for their job title. So instead, he might try to kill this person in second, and the person in second might try to kill them. If all the Inquisitors end up killing one another, these two don't care. technically they are Sith. But they aren't masters. And that's the entire thing. The rule of two kind of became there can only be two, like, master Sith. There can be as many weaker Sith as you want, but they're not really masters. They barely count. They're pathetic. They're all just
We have sent our top men.
Yeah, they are not very good. The entire point is that they kind of do suck. As soon as they go against your average person, against your untrained Force user, and against just a basic Padawan, your Inquisitors are going to be scary. Against any sort of half-trained Jedi, though, the Inquisitors suddenly start falling over themselves. And that's like something like, as soon as other like decent characters come across an Inquisitor, the Inquisitor just gets trounced on like it's nothing. And that is actually kind of fun. Okay, so they have to have a support to it, don't they? That's too much to hope for a movie with Darth Talon, my beloved. I have no idea who that is. You should slow down with a colon. No, never. Sorry, I like to over-explain things and repeat myself because I forget what I said. So I have to repeat myself because I forgot what I said. Glop. No, you can't say that word to Lan swearing at me. Swearing at us. Talan, ban yourself. There you go. There's a red Twi'lek with a tiger stripes and...
It was only earlier I said we do the remembering for you. Don't worry, I know you don't remember.
What? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Oh gosh. Isn't there a character like Darth Talon appearing of a new Darth Maul show? Oh, there's a new Darth Maul show. Oh. When's that going to be set? Like, seriously, is that going to be set before? Is that going to be set before the Phantom Menace? Oh, that would make the most sense before the Phantom Menace, I guess, because we got the post-Phantom Menace with Clone Wars and Rebels. Yes, if you didn't know Darth Maul is in Clone Wars and Rebels, I apologise if that's a spoiler to you.
It's gonna be set during that time he got cut in half and falling down that ventilation shaft. It's a really short season.
No. That's Clone Wars. That's Clone Wars. Did that one. I know you're making a joke, but no, it's already been done. It's either before Solo or between Solo and Rebels. Okay. I guess there is like a 20-year period actually where we just don't know much about what is happening with Maul. Disney executives are stronger than ever I could be. Yeah. Actually, I don't think that was a Disney thing. That was before Disney took over. Clone Wars started before Disney. no, that's just Dave Filoni being crazy. Dave Filoni, responsible for some of the worst and best of Star Wars. Oh, and I absolutely love Andor. If you've not seen Andor, honestly, amazing show. Even if you don't care about Star Wars, amazing show. Imagine in 10 years tops we get a series about the birth of a theme party character like live action pregnant housewife style. We already did that with a prequel series. No, I'm joking. Okay, I'm gonna have to look. Oh wait. Wait. Okay, that makes more sense than whatever I was doing.
Finally, a good stream.
Just want to tell you, Cupcake, always watching. Thank you. Thank you, Douglas, and thank you, Erland, I guess. Even though that implies that my other streams are bad streams. So mean! Erland, why would you do such a thing? Imagine in 10 years tops. Oh, I have no idea what they'll do. I've still not watched Ahsoka. I love Ahsoka's character, but I'm kind of afraid what they've done with the TV series, so I've not watched
I've been
Ahsoka
lurking
yet.
for a while. Time to eat a cupcake.
No, but don't eat the cupcakes. The friends, not food. That's a high. Thanks for lurking. Best stream was when Conjurer lost that goblin head and went off stream for like 20 minutes. Look, when I'm losing model pieces, I at least still try keeping talking with you guys.
Any updates on the missing clear window piece?
Nope. It's gone forever. It just vanished into a void, vanished into the ether. It has joined the canopy. No, we got the goblin head. Every single piece I've lost, I've pretty much found. Even the tiniest ones, it's just the clear canopy. I don't know what happened to that. Like, one moment it was there, the next moment it just vanished. Like a ghost story. Just worse in every single way.
I snuck inundated it.
Why? Give it back! I'm gonna charge you the model's cost. 30 quid! 30 quid! That's how expensive it will be for me to get another one. How much is that? $60. That's what I've decided. That Acolyte was so bad. I've not watched the Acolyte. I just heard people complain about it incessantly. I've seen a couple of cool clips from it, like, you know, some of the lightsaber duels things, which seemed, you know, interesting at the very least, if nothing else. I've heard that other series, what's it called? Skeleton Crew or something is really good, which I've not watched. I need to watch that one, because it's got really good ratings and stuff. Lightsaber fights have gotten pretty lame. Nah, there's some really cool scenes on the Acolyte with that. Did some interesting stuff. Pretty much everything else that was bad, from what I've heard. Look at little baby, oh look at that, oh it's so cute. Little support to it. Pew, pew, pew. Where's a turret that I want? I have a scene where they say you can't kill a Jedi with steel or a blaster. 20 minutes earlier, Jedi literally gets killed with a knife. So we're building currently some Breacher team dudes. So they got little shotguns. And we could build a stock part to it. Also, I'm just trying to figure out what type of drones I wanted. Black Library, Warhammer Plus shows. Don't forget, if you get the Black Library app, there's a bunch of free audiobooks. Stinkbag, Loot Train, Tau, here we go. Breacher team. And it was Guardian drone. What does a Guardian drone look like? Is that just a shield drone? Marker drone, Guardian drone. Guardian drone Tau. Okay, gun drone, shield drone, stealth drone, marker drone, missile drone. Okay. Okay, that's the what. I know which piece it is then. I know which drone it is that I want to use. Nobody getting the app. There's like 20 audiobooks. Yeah, I just looked it up. I just looked it up, I just didn't show it on the screen. Look at the audiobooks. Look, you get the Kypheus Cain anthology. You can learn how to pronounce Kypheus Cain. Audiobook in French, German or English. Sanguinius the Great Angel. Mark of Faith. Avenging Sun. I cut off. Return of Nagash. And he can have as an audiobook. Oh, you can have it as an ebook. It's an ebook, Talan. An ebook. You can read it on your phone, on your app, your TV. Realm Slayer. A God to Excursion. God to Excursion.
Such is the power of Nagash.
Oh, guys. Do you know what would be amazing? Deal if Brian Blessed, the voice actor of Godrex in the Total War game, did the audiobook. I wouldn't understand half the words he's saying, but I'd love it. Don't you want to read about this, dude? What about this
Reading the
thing?
return of Nagash on my pregnancy test kit screen. Such is the power of Nagash.
Oh, gosh. Why would you need one of them, Talan?
Puff word of the day. Taxes. I don't do them.
Taxes. Do. We got taxes. Do. We got taxes for you and me. We got taxes for everyone we see. Taxes. Do. We got taxes. Na. We got taxes. Yeah. Down. Okay, there we go. On your Samsung smart fridge, reading the power of Nagash on your Samsung smart fridge, on your air fryer, on the tiny little screen that comes with Alexis. On your microwave. Look, do you think I have any of them? Do you think I have a smart fridge? No, my fridge is made from wood. It's called a pantry. I'm not actually joking, my fridge is wood. We can't put fridge magnets on because you know it's wood. I know you have an air fryer. I do have an air fryer. It costs like 20 quid. You don't need to be rich to own an air fryer, Talan. Actually, we didn't even buy our own air fryer. We got gifted an air fryer. And it's broken, but we've not got a new one. I just got a notification. The Combat Patrol box set I ordered has been dispatched. Nice! Issue 2 of... No, thank you. Just for you, cosplay prop, Space Marine bolt gun. No, I got... Oh, my orders aren't here yet. Sad. There we go. No. Do. Ba-da-doo-da-doo-da-doo-da-doo-doo. There we go. Spearhead. Is anyone planning to get that Spearhead magazine? There we go. Oh. Yeah, Guardian drones are really cool. I managed to find a copy of a Tigerius one online for a reasonable price. Why were they so expensive? Like, there's legitimately no reason for them to be expensive. And the magazines, all it has is just Tigerius in it, and you can get Tigerius online. It barely has anything inside the magazine about Tigerius or any lore or anything. It's crazy.
So I seen an Echo model in a preview. Is this true, Capcom?
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. There's no Cupcat in Basingse. Oh, the combat patrol. Okay, yeah, sorry. An actual combat patrol. That's a bit odd still that for over 100. Like, they originally sold at 105. I guess it makes sense, I guess. You had about 145 quid worth of models in there, I guess. So even if they sell it at like 120 quid over the normal price of a combat patrol, you're still going to save money from buying everything individually. Me thank Talan, never. Never. Talan doesn't deserve our thanks. He deserves doom. 3 new models, including a Chibi model. Yay, yay, yay. 5 outfits. 5 outfits. What? That's so many outfits. Is it true? Is it true we're getting a Cupcat? No! Never! It's been out of stock so long time, so it must... Yeah, it was a limited print one. It has nothing unique in it. Everything you can get from it, you can get, you know, individually. But if I remember, it had like 140 quid worth of models in it. It had Tigerius. 5 Reavers, didn't it? The new upgrades through. I don't know what else it might have had in.
Five outfits, 3 models, V2, 1 debut, 0 chance of being scuffless.
No, 0 scuff, 0 scuff. Definitely. I'm gonna have to look up for Ultramarine Combat Patrol now. Ultramarine Combat Patrol. Images. Oh yeah, I had 3 aggressors in. 3 Stern Guard, 5 Reavers, and then 5 Intercessors. Yeah, so that's like 40, 80, 100, 120. And did have a new, with the new upgrades brewing,
The
it's worth a
bakery
bit
doesn't
more.
exist.
The bakery does exist. You know, you can go to the you can visit the bakery here. And while you're there, you should also remember to like and subscribe to me. Like the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Go and making drones. No, I spent way too long making these breacher dudes. Slot 5,000. No! Don't waste your hard-earned sprinkles on that. Notifications. Notifications. Frogfish, hello! It's nice to see someone working on some tower for once. Most people shun them. Nah, tower cool. We're making a breacher team. Definitely the most beloved tower unit and not hated by the community outside of a tower. Actually, I don't think people hate the breachers. I know they're a pretty terrifying unit in terms of like they can suddenly pump out a lot of damage. Whatever. The little bunny ears for the drones. Oh, drone! Support drone! Oh no, the Fireblade's head fell off. We knew this would happen. But we let it happen anyway. This is an off day. Don't worry, usual marine surface will come back tomorrow. Actually, no. Next time we'll be doing marine stuff. When will that be? Probably on Monday. We'll be back to painting on Monday. No, that. No. Oh, there we go. This guy doesn't even know how to draw a knife properly. We picked up the entire sheath, not for... You're meant to take it out of a sheath. Is this how badly trained they are for melee? Because that's what this feels like. Oh, we're just falling off his base entirely. Oh my goodness. But hello, Frogfish Advocate. How are you doing? We are trying to get our Fireblade head. Breach us with a Fireblade is definitely a thing I enjoy. Like, just gets pumping out 30 strength 6 attacks. Stratagem. Strength 7 AP 2 attacks. Hazardous. I never see anyone using the experimental Cadra. I think that one's super cool. Like, why aren't the Tau players look, if the experimental Cadra was in the Arcs, which it is, it's called Dreadmob. It would be the most popular. Actually, Dreadmob is really, really popular for the Arcs. Both of them basically do the same sort of thing, in which you can give your... You can give your units multiple abilities or like upgrades. But in doing so, you gain Hazardous. But for Arcs, it just allows you to choose what upgrade you get though. It's like you could get lethals, you could get sustained, or you could choose to do one in particular. Here we go, we got our Fireblade. Nice. Okay. Drone parts. How many drones come with a Pathfinders? Need to check this now. New recruit. Pathfinders, here we go. So we got one gun drone, a recon drone, and a marker drone. Okay. Okay. They can't get the Guardian drone, can they? Nope. I have a shield drone, I guess. Pathfinders with iron rifles. Then recon drone gives some infiltrators and the drone burst cannon. Force accelerator drone gives them plus 6-inch range if they go up to 32 inches. Honestly, that could be better, arguably. Because the Pathfinders would be a good option to have on, you know, sitting on your objective. So what's our role in the 2,000 point army? Well, they push forward. The broadside battle suits can sit on the back objectives, I guess. Ghost Kill, Riptide, Storm Surges. Yeah, I think the recon drone is just better in general for them. Infiltrate and just 4 extra strength 5 shots is cool. Why I like to see plus 6-inch range is plus 3-inch range to rapid fire and melter. For these weapons, it doesn't matter since they are 2 attacks. Pulse carbines, 2 attacks, just standard, no rapid fire, no melter. And breacher weapons are assault 2. It's great for the breachers getting that plus 6-inch range because that's like, it's plus 60% to their range. It takes them from having to get within charge range of the enemy to shoot from to being significantly out of it. Like an enemy that moves 6 inches would have to move like at 10 inches, would have to move 6 inches to get close enough. And then they'd have a 4-inch charge or shorter. Whereas at 16 inches, they move 6 inches and they're going to have like a 10-inch charge or shorter. Oh, I do lean into those weapons too. I mean, there's no point trying to take the normal, what's it called, strike team. It's what, 10, 20 cheaper points, but I mean, especially when I got a devilfish anyway, these guys are just so much better than a strike team. But yeah, if you look at my character, do you know the character we built a while ago and the crisis battlesuit? This time last week, actually. Those guys have fusion weapons. So that plus 6-inch range gives them plus 3 inches extra on their melter. I was going to give... Oh yeah, the stealth battlesuits also have fusion guns. I was going to give the Ghost Keel a fusion gun as well. But I decided to go for the Iron Raker because it's just... It just helps fill that gap in my army better because I'm already doing so much anti-tank. I've got the fusion guns on my crisis battlesuits with the Enforcer with his fusion blade. I got the fusion guns on the stealth suits. I've got the 2 broadside battlesuits. And I've got... going to get a Storm Surge eventually. So in the end, it's like, yeah, I'm doing a lot of anti-tank with those giant railguns and stuff. But short range stuff gets in a massive range boost. It's always appreciated, yeah. So these guys are like 24-inch range normally, I think. Not these guys. The Pathfinder's pulse carbines, I think, are normally 20 or 24-inch range. So a 6-inch range boost puts them at, what is it, 26 or 30-inch range. Another 6-inch puts them at either 36 or 32. Which is quite, either way, it's a very significant range increase. Like, it's putting them at plus 12 inches range, all in all. Which allows them to form a much better 4-range group. Oh yeah, the Iron Raker is also really good against tanks, because I think it can go up to strength 10. It's not really good, but it can chip damage tanks better than other weapons can. Yeah, when it comes to anti-marine stuff, we don't have a lot of anti-marine power. We got the Thespids, which are okay. We'll have a Riptide of its iron weapon. And we don't have a lot of massive damage to stuff. Stealth suits, even with the fusion guns, will struggle against taking out marines. These guys aren't terrible, but they're not amazing at it since they're only damage 1 and only AP 1. Sure, I can bring them to strength 7 AP -2. In fact, I've got 3 attacks each, but still, we're going to struggle to bring down a lot of marines. So, especially at 1,000 points, the Ghost Keel with its Iron Raker would be a lot better. Yeah. But Pathfinders also have some iron guns. They have 2 iron guns and 1 non. Hey, I want to make this guy. Is that the same size base? It is. Yeah. Let's give him a railgun. So this is a Crucible character we're making. Yep, that's fine. Ew, rail rifle on Pathfinder team being ballistic skill 5 is awful. Not on this guy. Actually, no. Being heavy, if it stays still and it guides itself, it becomes still hits on freeze. Also, this guy I think hits on like 2s or something with it anyway, so. How anti-marine units would be for Skyway 14, Stern 14 AP -3, and for Riptide Iron Accelerator. Yeah, Riptide Iron Accelerator is definitely anti-marine. That's one of the units I've got. I'm gonna get. But the Ghost Keel with its iron gun is relatively anti-marine as well, with its damage to. The alternative is give it the fusion gun, but the fusion cannon on the Ghost Keel isn't like super powerful. It's not like I've got a shortage of it either. Oh, can I take this guy's head off? I can relatively easily. There's a few better choices of head in here. There you go. Fusion weapons are great anti-marine weapons when you get into motor range. Yep. Go food. Night vision mode on this. Oh wait, wrong one. There we go. Then 14 is massive overkill, minus VAP is nice though. Yeah, no, for real anti-marine weapons is anything that's got, you know, high amount of damage, high strength, high AP, and 2 damage. It's like, it's all well and great, you know, being able to just go, okay, I can do... Oh, sorry, this armor's just not wanting to stick. 2 damage. It's all well and great being able to go, okay, I get like 3 shots or 1 shot at that strength. And my entire squad can get 6 shots, but ultimately that's not bringing down a full Marine squad. And the Marines can bring a surprising number of full Marine squads. Do you want something that can deal with an entire squad, or at least most of a squad really easily? And then... Where do we go here? Here we go. There you go. How's your second favourite Firecast doing? Hi, Denison and Misery. What's second favourite Firecast? We've been building a breacher team. It's been going well. Whee! I just went flying, but I found it. The main things you want are multi-shot, strength no less than 7 or 8. I think generally strength 5 and up is good. Like strength 7 isn't doing a lot to Marines. Like if it's strength 7 you're wounding on 3, strength 5 is wounding on 3, strength 6 is wounding on 3s. So if you want to, you either want to be strength 5 or strength 8 and up. Strength 7 allows you to wound Graphis on 3s. Strength 6 allows you to wound Terminators on 3s. There you go. I mean, breaches aren't the worst thing against Marines. They're pretty decent. It's like things like the missiles are relatively good anti-marine because while for only AP 1, they're still strength 7 and they're still damage 2. Which is really good. Like I might want to give this guy like a cape or something. So he stands out a bit better. Yeah, it's so far my Crucible character. Yeah, cape would definitely be nice, or cloak. Something to help him stand out. That being said, he's a Pathfinder. He's not meant to stand out. He's part of a recon team. Hi, USC Deadman. Hey chat, what we're doing today? Paint? No, we're building some Xenos. Also, get to Marines into melee, even with crew Toxon pages, is a huge mistake. Don't do it. If you charge them, it's fine. Especially if you don't charge one of their melee units, or one that has a character in it. Like, how well will your crew Tox actually do? Anything else new? Nope. Okay. How will the Tau actually do with crew Toxon pages? Oh, he's got a pulse pistol. I should give him a pistol. Okay. Mounted. Rampagers. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, like, to charge into some, like, intercessors. As long as they're not, like, assaults intercessors. Because all they're going to be hitting back with is 3 strength 4 attacks without any AP. Except maybe the character that might get the sergeant or whatever, which might get 3 attacks like strength 8. I played Tau back and forth. Really love the changes they've done. Oh. Not after that impact hit ability. If it impact hit's pretty good. Set one enemy unit, then roll 1d6 for each model in this unit that is within engagement range. So 3 of them. That's got to be 1.5 d3 wounds. So on average, you're going to do 3 mortal wounds into the enemy. And then you're going to have 12 attacks, hits on 3s, 8 on average hit, wounds on 3s, about 5, 4 plus about 2.5, so you kill about 2.5 there. Oh wait, sustained hits. Oh. So 12 attacks. Rather than 8 hits, and you're going to get 10 hit. When you would have 3s, you get about 7 wounds. Then you get about 3.5 kills. With 3 wounds, you get about 1.5. Then you're going to get, on average, 9 attacks. Hits on 3s. You don't get sustained hits, so that's got to be 6. Wounds on 4s, 3. Oh no, wounds on 3s, that's 4. 4 plus armor save, that's another 1 down. So that's 3.5. Yeah, that's 5.5 plus another 1.5. So you're getting on average about 7 of them on a single charge with only 3 of these against like 10 intercessors. On average, then they are going to actually be able to hit pretty hard, but they're probably not even going to take down one of your rampagers. Like, if they've got a power fist, that's 3 attacks, hits on 3s, 2 wounds on 3s, that's 4/3, no save, 2 damage, 8/3. If they're doing about 2 to 3 wounds on it with that, then another 6 attacks, hits on 3s, that's 4 wounds on 5s, that's 1.3. Save on a 5 plus, that's 1. On average, they're reducing one of your crew toxon pages down to 1 wound in return after the charge. And on average, you're taking down about 7 of them. If you take down 6 instead, then they might actually bring down one of your rampages on average. If there's a character in the unit, yeah, you're in a much worse place. They're getting like 5 attacks. They're getting potentially lethal hits in on you. hits and 2s, wounds and 3s, no armor save, damage 2 each. There's a good chance you're going to be slaughtered there. If we're assault intercessors, there's a much better chance you're going to be slaughtered in return. Aren't they squads of 3 to 6? Yeah, they are squad. But I mean, I'm saying if you just use a squad of 3, you've taken on average down about 7 of them. A squad of 6 on average is taking down an entire intercessor squad. Including potentially the character in a squad. We're also assuming dice are being nice to you. Assuming for being... No, we're not assuming for being nice to you. We're assuming for being average to you. So they're not being nice. They're not being bad to you. They're just being average. If they're being mean to you, honestly, anything can happen. Literally, if the dice aren't on your side, it's just... There's not much you can do. Like, I've charged 5 Terminators into things like Tau Fire Warriors before. This was back in 6 maybe. And I killed like 2, and in return they killed like 4 of my Terminators. They're hitting on 5s. They're wounding on 5s. I've got 2+ armor saves. I'm just not rolling for dice. So it's like, oh, so hi, Clyde. So yeah, there's on average, rampagers are fine against Marines. If you're going to charge into something like you'd struggle against Black Templars, mind you, because you'll be doing far less damage potentially. Like if they choose to go, hey, you've got rampagers, they wound me on 3s. I mean, they're going to make it so they wound me on 4s. That's gonna go really badly for you. And then they're going to go, I get sustained attacks and I get lethal hits on all my guys. Oh, I've got a Marshal in this squad, he's getting 8 attacks into you. Yeah, you don't want to go into melee with Black Templars. Hey, it's just my own personal experience too. To be fair, you've played this game way longer than I have. Yeah, I've not really played much of 10th, mind you, so I could just be... I mean, it's all well and good talking about averages, but you've also got to take into account things like median instead of just mean, which I'm always just doing mean. And things like the max damage potential that a unit can have against you. Like, on average, like, for some weapons, so it's like, yeah, on average, I do like 6 damage of it, but I can potentially do like 20 damage of it if a dice on my side. And other weapons, so it's like, yeah, on average, I do 8 damage, but on max, I can do like 10 damage. Really hope you're not charging at a full squad strength 20-man Crusader squad, whittle it down for superior firepower fists. First, oh yeah, whittle it down for superior fire. We say superior firepower. That's where Marines can get very difficult, in which they can pump out a surprising amount of damage if they're shooting, and it doesn't really matter that your shooting is in theory stronger when you're weaker. Like, the Marines will have just as easy time tearing apart your units with their guns as you will have tearing apart their units with your guns. In fact, your units are probably going to die faster than theirs in shooting. And Black Templar don't always go into combat with just a melee-only force. Like, if they're bringing, like, Executioners or Gladiators or Ballistas Dreadnoughts, you can suddenly find yourself being in a very difficult position where they are competing with you in shooting and you just don't stand a chance in melee. That's literally how my Black Templars work against too many threats. Every time I tried testing my Black Templars against stuff, it's just been like, okay, I can beat you in melee quite easily, and I've actually got more firepower than you. Although that's partly because it's like, I'm going to like focus you with my best melee stuff. I'm going to shoot you with my best shooty stuff. And if my best melee stuff can beat your best melee stuff, and I don't mind having it go into melee with you. Or if I can just like get the charge off. Oh, by the way, have you seen the little fat baby? Yeah, do you think this guy needs a cape? He's meant to be a Crucible of Champions character. Do you know, a Pathfinder? Shashnell? So the guy... That's why he's got a very well. Oh yeah, I wanted to give him a pistol. I forgot about that. Where to put those? Oh, there they are. I actually did play against the Crusader Force in my Drukhari a few weeks ago. Ooh, how'd it go? I hope it was a fun game. I know that both not Dark Elder. I know both Tau and Black Templars, and actually a few of the army lists. They kind of get skewed results based on the fact that the best army to make is often not what people want to make. Like, if you're playing Tau, you definitely just want you want to be using your cool battle suits. If you're playing Black Templars, you probably want to be in melee. And you're probably going to focus on melee. If you're playing what was the other one? Well, there's arguably better or more competitive lists you can do by, you know, changing up how you make your armies. Base rules have bonuses against flying units when shooting, which targets most Tau battle suits and Tau armor units. Ooh, that's painful. I know that there's a lot of marine weapons have an anti-flying keyword, like the Icarus Heavy Stubber. And for Icarus rockets they have everywhere. Yeah, I feel like maybe I should give him a cloak. I don't want to. He's happy. He's a happy little chappy.
I just explored the Crisis suits and commanders. Can we trade Enforcer for Crisis Com from the Legends jail? Enforcer deserves it.
Yeah, the Enforcer suit's a bit weird. I was testing new battle line detachments. Getting came down to his repex on Repulse Executioner on Center Objective, and neither of us had much of a table. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, I know which detachment you're talking about, for Bastion Task Force. The one where it focuses on battle line stuff. Yeah, I use that for my defense force. Really, really cool army. A really, really cool, fun detachment. I also really like the orbital one. Yeah, defense force, 1,000 points. Why do I actually have him at 1,000 points? Centurion Devastator Squad. Yeah, probably shouldn't have that. I should probably change up what I do with this one. But yeah, there's so many intercessors. I don't even have Centurions in this army list. Oh, Redemptor Dreadnought, Repulsor Executioner. But yeah, it's just going all in on the battle line is just ridiculous of these armies. Space Communist time, yeah. Oh. I like them. Oh yeah, and giving you... what I really love about this is like being able to aspect scan stuff. It's like, it kind of semi makes up for the fact that we lose that oath of moment. So we can still do like, I'm targeting this thing and doing as much damage as I can. Enforcer just anchors through the crisis suits that ignore an AP. What a wonderful trade. I love losing 20% of my mobility. Wait, seriously? I need to now look at what the Enforcer suit does. I know I didn't go for the Enforcer suit because I preferred gaining mobility. Like especially with that stuff. So battle suits normally have some forged battle suits, 10-inch movement. Enforcer battle suit, 8-inch movement, you're correct. Oh my goodness. Worsen armor penetration of that attack by 1. Yeah, and do you want to know what's even worse? I can show you something really, really fun. Commander in Code Star Battlesuit has high output burst cannon, 8 attacks. Let's look at a commander in Enforcer Battlesuit. It doesn't get the high output burst cannon. It can't use a high output burst cannon. It's so sad. Can it have a shield generator? At least it can. Yeah, so it loses 2-inch movement and I lose my cool 8 attack weapon. Also, just look how cool the Fusion Blaster is. Look at that. 2 attacks at strength 12, AP -4. Damage D6, melt to 4. Oh my gosh, I love that weapon. Give me Crisis Corn instead. He gives me rerolls of 1. Toughness 5, 6 wounds. You are toughness 5, 6 wounds, 2+ armor save. Does this get 2+ armor save? No, 3+. The Code Star. Crisis Suit. I don't get my high output burst cannon. I get my 10-inch movement. I'm down to 3+ armor save. Yeah, reroll a hit roll of 1. Yes, to benefit from the enhancements. Okay. Yeah, that the Crisis Commander definitely seems better than the Enforcer one. I don't even know why there's a Crisis Commander in Legends. Maybe it's just the really old version that's on smaller base. Yeah, high output burst is from when the Code Star was pretty much an aircraft. Ooh. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Yeah, I do think that extra movement is just so incredibly important for the fact that he's meant to lead these guys. Yeah, it gives him the extra 2 inches, I believe. Yeah. And range become assault. Oh yeah, so you got assault on your weapons. You've got extra range. You've got for high output burst cannon. For high output burst cannon is really good because it allows you to deal with more threats around you. Like smash them up with your fusion blasters, then hit them with the high output burst cannon. Have a cyclic ion blaster. Yeah. And then all the twin pulse carbines. Yeah. Like, this squad could easily actually do a lot of damage to just like a squad of 20 Bark Boys. I've already put the Enforcer in with my Sunforged Melter for those close range drops. Ooh. How can we put the Enforcer with it? I guess it's just for, like, protect, make them survive better. My entire idea is just my thought is giving them the extra range of motion and movement allows them to get in a lot quicker and a lot sooner into enemy vehicles I want them to get into range of. And once they dealt with one, they can go after the other one kind of thing and potentially escape enemy trying to hurt them. There's 12-inch movement, so they can move 2 inches faster, but they can also get the... Oh, what's it called? Advanced move. Yeah, they can do an advanced move and still shoot. Which is very, 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 very useful. That's good if they start on the table. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I might keep them on the table at the start. I'm not sure. Actually, there's no reason not to be honest, because if you don't start them on the table, then it's going to be a few turns before they can come down. And I'd rather have them down and doing damage as early on as possible. Because if it comes to, like, kicking people off objectives or whatever, I've got other things of that. I've got my Thespid Sting Wings. I actually got my Stealth Battle Suits. I know they've got something cool, don't they? Homing Beacon. I guess you can always use the Rapid Ingress. Yeah, I guess with Rapid Ingress you can move them in sooner. But then your opponent can shoot at them or charge them. I just prefer the mobility, I think, in the end. And I like my high output burst cannon. And with them being equipped with melter guns. Oh yeah, because I'm in experimental cadre. Because their weapons are now 18-inch ranges, all I need to do is get within 9 inches to actually blast them to pieces. With my fusion blasters. To get the full melter in. So the extra mobility is equally... I can get in faster. I don't need to get as close to the enemy. It's all good. It's all good. But the Cold Star just looks cooler. It's got all the extra fins on it. Homing Beacon should have been within 3 of it and 6 inch of the enemies. I don't see the use of the 2 units I've seen on them. It's just so you can use Rapid Ingress for 0 command points, I imagine. Looks more Gundam. Yeah! Yeah, I think the homing beacon is just literally so we get a free Rapid Ingress. I think there's a few others with homing beacons that are similar. Yeah, he doesn't feel very character piled, does he? Maybe I should put him on like an extra rock or something. No idea. I've only seen them on Terminators and stealth suits. Yeah, the Terminators have one. I feel like there's another one. Don't the Photon have something like that? And don't forget, Steeler Cults have something similar. Not exactly a homing beacon, but they have their little tokens and other stuff as well. I'm not good at doing green stuff fabric. Like cloaks and stuff. Do. Ah, whatever. Well, I'm gonna say thank you for coming to the stream right now. Big love hearts to you all. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And thanks for popping in. Don't forget to like the stream. Also, because Briar is live, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. She always raids us. So I'm gonna raid her. I'm gonna raid her. Add a redirect. Raid Briar. Oh, darn it. She's in a collab. Well, whatever. Briar won't mind if I raid her in a collab. There we go. Oh, goodness. But yeah, do a little cupcake raid. There we go. Cupcake raid. Sorry, I'm a bit tired right now. Cupcake raid. Control C. No, I spelled that wrong. How do I spell cupcake so badly? My typos. My typos. There you go. Cupcake raid. I spelled it. Dyslexia hurts. Here you go. Okay, so thank you for coming to a stream. Take care of yourself. Be kind to others. Give Briar lots of love and attention. And also don't forget to like the stream if you've not liked it already, because it helps me out. I've heard they say Tau suck. I heard they say I heard the like button said the Breacher's team sucks. So you should punch that like button, teach it a lesson.